Everybody knows that you're full of shit. Everybody knows that you are sad. Everybody knows that you're a bad wench. Everybody knows that you have no say. Everybody knows that you taking L's straight up in your motherfucking ass. Everybody knows that you have nothing to say. Running off to YouTube in the ground. Stupid ass. Can't stand y'all. Yeah, I'm working on a parody song. Yeah, I'm working definitely on a parody song on these stupid asses that I got a problem with. You know, don't sit there and preach about equality. We supposed to be equal when you doing some stupid shit on the fucking side and making excuses for bad behavior. Hold on. You know what? I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for some people to show up. Allow me to wait for one person to show up. Then I'll begin this broadcast. Because I'm gonna tell it like it is right now. I'm gonna tell this shit like it is. Hold on. Where should I now? On my last hangout, that I was rudely interrupted because people don't know when to solve their own problems, but to sit there and call me on my phone to fix their problems. So allow me to begin where I left off at. You got this woman who's on YouTube, who's in her late 50s, early 60s, going on since Simply D. She is going to sit up there and talk about she got on a Google Hangout of a third party, and everybody was talking about how men are sexual predators to young girls. You know, you have these 40-year-old Hebrew Israelite having ass niggas. You see, let me say something. I can't stand these go Power Ranger outfit Negroes either. I can't stand them. So anyway, she sit up there. Everybody had a conversation about these Hebrew Israelites praying after these young teenage girls, right? Then she sit there and say, when she was 26 years old or 27, she posts this down. She posts this down on his YouTube channel. Exactly, Simply D. So women can't be sexual predators to little boys and girls. You see, this is the hypocrisy of this. And then they want to know why you hate their ass. Then they wonder why you can't stand their ass. You see, hate is a two-way street. See, some of these women think though because you hate them because you black. No, I hate you. Now, hold on. When I'm on you, what I'm saying is this. Hold on. I'm using hypothetical here. Being hypothetical here. I would hate a person. I'll put it like this. Because first of all, I don't know this. I don't know this woman. What she did said was some fucked up shit though. But let me say it like this. I hate when people complain about black men of doing some shit when she is guilty of doing the same damn thing she's accusing the black men of doing. And now using the movement of swirling to justify her point why black men hate her ass or hate them. You see, you can't put a rule and say men, you got to respect us. Men, black men, you got to respect us women. Right? You can't put that, you can't create a rule like that, and then on top of that, you're gonna create another rule that's contradictory to the rule you put on men. Saying you men need to respect us women. But how can you lie if you want men to respect you? Then you got to stop lying to yourself and lying to men. I'm going to repeat that again for you. If you want men to respect you, then you will have to stop lying to us. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. You can't be 26 years old going after some old teenager and then at the same time telling men, oh, well, the difference is though, man, y'all can penetrate, and us women, we can't penetrate. We don't penetrate. Excuse me. Sex is sex, no matter who's ministering the sex. A sexual activity is a sexual activity. See, the problem with y'all women is that y'all are not honest. That's the problem. That is the problem. You are not honest. See, I better not be governor of the state of Texas. I better not be sheriff of a county, because if I see you females doing that, I'm gonna treat you the same way as if you are a man. Hold on. Allow me to stand back on that, because that is predatory behavior. Now, I want somebody. Now, let me say it like this. I remember when I was in college, right? I used to have a couple roommates at a dorm, and we was talking that one day, and one of them sit there and said, we're talking about virginity, and we were talking about who did we lose our virginities to. Now, it's mostly black men in this conversation. About 2/3 of the black men said, you know what, I lost my virginity at 14 or 15 to a 20-something or a 30-something-year-old woman. Now that's 2/3 of black men saying that shit. Wait, hold on. Time out. Thank you for saying that, Cola Dave. Thank you. Little Rain, Chris Brown, R. Kelly were all molested by adult women when they was children, when they was minors. But yet though, we got people on part one of this. On part one, they was in the chat room talking about, well, a penis, women don't gonna penetrate, but a man will penetrate. But let's look at how R. Kelly is. Let's look at how Chris Brown is. Let's look at how what Lil Wayne and their old dysfunctions are. But the only time y'all gonna bring up their dysfunction is only if they doing something to a female. You see, I'm getting sick and tired of these women demanding respect and then lying at the same time, making excuses for bad behavior at the same time. The world does not work like that. And you want black men to respect you? You see, I don't know about y'all, Cola Dave. I don't know about you, Simply Deep. But I'm gonna say something right now. Right and wrong should never be subjective. Right and wrong for me, right and wrong should be set in stone. Thou shalt not fuck with underage kids. Thou shalt not beat someone up. Thou shalt not mistreat another person. Right and wrong should be, thank you, Cola Dave. Right and wrong is universal. But these gynocentric women, these gynocentric women believe that right and wrong is supposed to be based upon gender. Right and wrong is universal. It's not based upon gender. It's not based upon somebody's political beliefs. You know, and it's simply deep. Thank you for saying that right there. Thank you for saying that right there. They keep on talking about how men, how straight heterosexual men are beating up their women up, talking about toxic masculinity. You having these Derek Jacksons, you having these simps like Lennon Honor, you having these simps like common denominator, talking all that bullshit about toxic masculinity of straight heterosexual men. But most of your sexual abuse, no, excuse me, I'm sorry, hold on. Most domestic violence cases, most domestic violence is of the same sex. They never factor in. See, here's the thing. The FBI never factors in who was gay, who was in a gay relationship, or who was in a heterosexual relationship. They don't want to sit there and talk about that. That's why the Lou model, the Lou model of policing, that needs to be drawn away in the trash, because the Lou model of policing only refers to heterosexual straight men, because nobody ain't gonna talk about how these lesbians been fight each other in these clubs. I remember one time, man. I went in the club one time. Yeah, American male. They want to make the number look bigger. Thank you, American male. You don't sit up there. See, I remember I was like 18 at the time, and I saw two women dancing, right? White females. Well, one of them was actually bi, right? So she goes both ways. So she decided to attack to take the initiative to holler at me. So me and her traded numbers, right? She was a nice looking redhead. She was about 5'2", redhead, nice thighs, big luscious ass. The works. One of these lipstick lesbians. Her ass was bi, right? Well, her girlfriend saw that shit, right? So she bucked up to the both of us and told me what the fuck I'm doing, and then told her to get her ass right back to where she was at. You see, none of these females, none of these feminists, none of these simps will ever talk about how domestic violence also occurs in same-sex relationships. The same night, I seen these two white girls all cut up, got bruises because they were fighting in a damn car. Because one of them was bi, because like she likes men and women, and the other one just like the pussy. And that goes for gay men, but hey, I'm not going on that route. But that, but gay men are fighting each other. Are we going to include that into the domestic violence? No, they won't. Why? They're only going to say is though these are men. Hold on. Simply Deep. I don't know. Yeah, good point. Simply Deep. Good point at that. More lesbians. There are more lesbian fights than there are of gay men fighting, and you're absolutely right. Because I'm gonna tell you something. I see a lot of more gay women, lesbian women, fighting amongst themselves. But yet, here is what the statistics is going to tell you. I'm gonna tell you what they're going to say. They're going to claim both those women as victims, right? But if that was two gay men fighting, and they went and the police was involved, guess what's going to happen? Those two men are going to jail, and they ain't going to be counted as perpetrators. Therefore, their numbers is going to be added with the straight men in that dilute police model. You see, I wish there was a black Carolyn Strong. I wish there was a black Honey Badger Radio. See, that is what's missing in black YouTube. There is no black Honey Badger Radio, no black Dinah Davidson types, because that is what needed. So all these swirlers with me talking this stupid ass shit. All these black feminists with me saying this stupid ass shit. Talking about, oh, black men are the white people of the black community. Now, which brings to my point. Which brings to my point right now. Now, if you see the title of this Google Hangout, this Hangout is directed at this person who this Hangout is about. You use that Bible. You spent 10 years on that Bible. Using that Bible on YouTube for 10 years, bashing people over the head with that King James Bible. Talking about Bible verses out. Talking about how the Lord should provide you protection. Well, let me Well, let me tell you a little about something about that Bible that you keep on quoting at black men with. Let me talk about that Bible you keep quoting at black men with. That same Bible is a double-edged sword. Oh, hold on. JD Miles said, "Have you ever watched that documentary, Killer Women?" Because there are many episodes of lesbians and love triangles with one murdering the other. JD Miles, look, I went to a jailhouse, dog. There ain't nothing but lesbians in there. But yet, men are supposed to be violent. But yet, we're going to talk about toxic masculinity. Simply Deep says, Big J, do you remember that thing I mentioned a few live streams ago? Now, if that dude did that shit to a woman, he would be a sex offender. Exactly. Simply Deep. Exactly. He would be a sex offender if the roles were reversed. But hey, let's just allow me to go right back to the person who I'm aiming this live stream to. Now, this woman claims she's of the Bible. Now, she needs to open up that book to the book of Judges, where it talks about no, I'm sorry. Wrong book of the Bible. A few chapters back. I think it was Exodus, where it says, thou shalt not bear false witness. I'm going to repeat this again. Thou shalt not bear to your neighbor. Now, this woman is going to bear false witness by claiming that she has nothing to do with the problem at hand. What happened to Jared Haggerly? I'm going to repeat this again. What happened to Jared Haggerly? See, here is the thing. Here's the thing. She likes to get people fired off of YouTube. And she always wanted, see, she used Jared Haggerly as a low-grade Negro and trying to make him into everybody else. Jared is a fucked up person. I'd say it like that. Jared is fucked up, right? Jared Haggerly is fucked up. But she's gonna bear false witness as painting all black men into Jared Haggerly. And then therefore she called the police. She called the cops. She called the man's job and got him fired. And because she was trying to make an example out of him. But here is the thing. One of these days, this person is going to do the same thing once she and that other woman comes back on YouTube after the dust is settled. I'm gonna tell you like this: in 6 months, mark my words, in 6 months, both of them are coming right back on YouTube. And BIGJXXX is clueless. BIGJXXX and the rest of Negroes, they are clueless of what's about to happen. See, too many of these niggas want to sit up there and cheerlead and celebrate. Oh man, I gotta celebrate. Oh, I gotta celebrate because somebody's gone. no, nigga. You with y'all celebrating this person's hiatus at exit, y'all only giving this person a lot more power than she deserves. And somehow, and this is what I've been trying to tell this BIGJXXX. These women got more political clout than you, BGS. These women got more political clout than you, than me, than O'Shea. The only difference, see, here is the thing. Here's the thing. The only thing that defeated them was themselves. So how can I sit there and celebrate somebody? How can I celebrate a defeat of somebody that was of their own choosing? That's like me. That's like me playing for the New England Patriots, and I'm beating the shit out of the Oakland Raiders, but yet I turn around in the middle of the game and I shoot myself in the head and have a disqualification because I shot myself in the head. Therefore, it's a default. Well, I'm gonna say it like this: those women over there are the New England Patriots. Our black ass is the Oakland Raiders. Only thing what happened was they shot themselves in the foot. So how can you? So they shot themselves in the head. How can you Negroes won? How can you Negroes celebrate? That was no win. Y'all didn't create no damn. Y'all didn't create no damn strategy of how men can win in life. Hey, Cole or Dave, thank you. They only made them a martyr. They made that woman a martyr. And let me say it like this: if they would have called out old boy out and told old boy, get the fuck out of here with that bullshit, if they would sit there and told, if they would have sat there and told Flint Town to shut the fuck up, they would have more brownie points. But since they didn't, and since they made excuses for Flint Town boy, then they are dooming their own selves in the next 6 months. Because in 6 months' time, those two women, no, excuse me, those four women, the four horsewomen of the apocalypse is about to happen. Now, I'm going to say this right now. Two of these women are going to sit on their ass, and then they're going to call Nita Sarkeesian and Zoe. They ain't going to call Nita Sarkeesian and say, well, let's have a united front against men on social media. That is what's going to happen. But BGS don't see that. Obsidian can't see that shit. Obsidian, he has his whole head up Donald Trump's ass. Oh man, Donald Trump is gonna save us all. Woohoo! Donald Trump gonna save us all. Yeah, right, Obsidian. But what? I'm gonna warn this again. The mood is going to change around August and September. Debo, I'm not on that bullshit right now. Do it for Wacabia. No. Look, hey, okay, Dave, Cola Dave. Here's the thing about Obsidian. Obsidian hangs around with the white MRAs, right? Because I did a video of Obsidian, right? And it showed Obsidian in in a lobby with Paul Elam and those white guys from the MRA movement, right? Let me say it like this: how can you stand? Yeah, how can you stand with Obsidian? No, how can Obsidian stand with Paul Elam when Paul Elam, as a white man, I'm gonna say this now, Paul more for black men than Obsidian has ever done. But niggas, but niggas can't understand why he's, you know, hold on. Anyway, where was I at? Oh yeah, that's why Obsidian is whining and complaining about donation money. Why ain't donation money? You know, go to his video about old boy, the guy named Ricky. The video he did on Ricky, complain about Ricky on his video, complain about the lack of donations. See, how do people are supposed to see? Here's the thing: you are making money off of people's pain. But yet Paul Elam is making power moves, but he won't do those power moves, and you keep meeting with Paul Elam all the time. I'm just saying, it makes no sense to me of what Obsidian is doing. See, Obsidian is like Tommy. You know, Obsidian is like the diet Tommy Sotomayor. While Tommy is more explosive, Obsidian he does that shit on underground. He does his little fuckery on underground. I'll put it like that. But you know what? I said a little bit too damn much about him. About the Negro manosphere. I said a little bit too damn much about the Negro manosphere. I said a little too damn much about the damn um about the SYBMs and you know and those and them old niggas over there and so nation. So I'm gonna leave that shit alone for right now. But I was supposed to do this earlier. Hold on. Obsidian is the GoBots to Tommy's Transformers. I don't like neither of the dudes, to be honest. Look, at least I'm gonna say it like this. I can, well, no, I can't even say that either. I can at least, no, I'm gonna say this. I have like a crumb, a breadcrumb of respect for Tommy. I have a breadcrumbs respect for Tommy because at least Tommy built his shit. Obsidian is trying to catch off the coattails of Tommy. And then Obsidian got mad. No, Obsidian pissed off Tommy off that Tommy called Obsidian late at night, around like 3 in the morning, to cuss Obsidian's ass out. Now Obsidian made a video about that shit. Now that one was funny though to me, though. I find that comical to me, to be honest. But yeah, if they really want to solve the problem in blackmail, if they really want to solve, oh yeah, well, hey, Dave, call it Dave, yo, you kind of right on that, Barnacle, yeah. But the thing is this though, if they was honest about solving the black males problems, they will at least put in the effort. Obsidian, O'Shea, Tommy, BGS, what may have you, they would have they would at least have something. They would at least have had built a they would at least have something. I'm gonna say like this: they would have the ball rolling and solve it in creating something to solve black males issues, but they won't and they can't. Just like what Obsidian, no, I'm sorry, just like what BGS said on my hangout the other day. He's talking about dropping the ball. Well, I told him about dropping the ball issue. He keep on complaining to me about who he keep telling me about the ball is being taken away from him. But yet though you want to be big shot, but you keep complaining about the ball keep being taken away from him. Which is it? Are you the master teacher? Or do you still have, or the ball's taken away from you? You can't be both. Black Sheriff Bomb said, Big J, remember who's they was going to change things. It's all about donations. Yes, Black Sheriff Bomb. I do know that. Yeah, because I actually remember everybody talking about I'm gonna use my YouTube channel to change the world, and now look at them asking for donations, making demands for. Hold on, I'm gonna say this again. They make demands for donations, and that's sad. But but they will stop talking about donations in 6 months. They ain't gonna stop talking about donations by the time of August. You know why? Because I bet you around July, August, and September, these females are going to return back on YouTube, and they gonna be more destructive than ever. You know, whatever you said angry man, whatever you said, because because like y'all just repeat the same shit over and over, dog. And when our name, and some is pissed off in this chat room. Hmm. Well, I tell you what. Do you want to have a discussion of this, or are you going to leave it alone, sir? But you wasn't even mentioning this. So why you mad? Oh. And by the way, we gonna have this respectful, like, all right.
Yo, can you hear me?
Okay, Miss. Yeah. I hear you. What's your problem, Anger Man? What's your problem?
I'm gonna tell you what my problem is. My problem is every goddamn time I look up, it's a black man on here complaining about YouTubers asking for donations. Now let me break something down for you.
That's not.
Let me break something down. Hold on. Let me break something down for you. I'm gonna break something down for you because every single time I see that shit, it's some bullshit. And I'm gonna tell you why it's some bullshit. Prior to the YouTube apocalypse, niggas wasn't asking for no donations. Niggas won't asking for no donations. If you remember my first channel, all the videos I dropped, I wasn't asking for no goddamn donations. And the reason why is because YouTubers were able to make money through the Google AdSense revenue. Now, when the AdSense apocalypse happened, that cut YouTubers' pay by 90%. So if you were making $1,000 a month on YouTube, you went from making $1,000 a month to making $100 a month. So now, and it's just like David Carroll said in his video, anybody can fucking ask for donations. Anybody can ask for the support of the people who watch them, except for niggas. The moment a black man do it, it's a problem. Why is it a problem?
Word. Let me ask you something, Angry. Word was, so you here at the beginning of this?
Was I here at the beginning of it? Yeah. I heard everything that was being said. You were talking about you were talking about Obsidian.
I was mainly talking about Obsidian when he went after Ricky. That I'm referring to that. I wasn't talking about you. I wasn't talking about anybody else. I'm just really was aiming at Obsidian's ass.
Well, Obsidian do what he do,
but I don't know why. So I don't know why. So I don't know why, Angry Man, that you are pissed at me when I name the names. I'm talking about Obsidian and only Obsidian.
Because you shitting on the business model of YouTubers asking for the people who watch them to donate. That's just not cool. Obsidian. That shit ain't cool.
I'm talking about. You misunderstand what I'm saying. I'm talking about Obsidian's behavior, and him making all these stupid ass demands on people.
Well, that's all. I'm talking. Why you don't ask Obsidian to come on your live stream so that he can defend himself? Why don't you do that? That's what I don't understand. Because I'm not here to defend Obsidian. I'm here to defend. YouTubers.
He was just dropped in the chat. I'm just going by what's going in the chat room because his name was brought in the chat. So that I was middle talking about something else. Then I saw Obsidian's name popped up in the topic. So I started to sit there and talk about him during the whole conversation I'm doing this hangout.
Well, you're saying
so is there
your topic, if I'm reading it correctly, is clearing up some things, part 2, black misandry and self-righteousness. Don't you realize that misandry, part of misandry, especially black misandry, is telling black men they can't ask for donations when they're YouTubers? That's part of misandry. Because black women get donations all the motherfucking time.
But Angry, since when one black person equals all black men? I mean, since when Obsidian equals all black men?
Because the way our society is structured, one black man is all black men.
Well, I'm trying to move beyond this. Because I said one name.
But we're all judged. When you talk about Black YouTube, that's just like right now. If you're on Black YouTube and you building your platform, you building your channel, and you say, "Hey man, you guys donate to the channel so that I can do such and such, or so that I can do this, or so that I can do that." If I jump on here and I start talking shit about you doing that, that's shooting myself in the foot. And Black Cherub, it's not scamming. It's not scamming. See, here's the thing. Here's the thing that Negroes don't want to understand. This is what Negroes don't understand. You're watching YouTube. You're watching content. You're watching it for a couple of purposes, either education or entertainment. If you're watching it for education, you're listening to dudes give a lecture. People can charge for lectures, Black Cherub. People can charge for entertainment. You feel me? In fact, the fact that people are on their YouTube channel asking for donations, that's better than charging, because everybody doesn't have to pay. Just the people who are willing to pay. It's just like Obsidian said, is freedom of association. If you decide to give a donation, that's because you want to give a donation. You don't have to. You know, you could still sit there and watch the motherfucking live stream even if you don't give a donation. So the fact that Negroes is sitting around talking about they're asking for donation, that shit is shaming language. And quite frankly, I'm ashamed to hear black men using that fucking language, because that's the type of shit women do. That's real talk.
I'm talking about one person, Angry Man. I ain't talking about all black men. I ain't talking about Black YouTube. I'm talking about how he trying to make demands on people to donate.
He got every right to make a demand on people donating that's watching his shit. If they don't want to donate, don't watch his shit. That's just like a nigga coming to a damn Jay-Z concert and saying, "I don't want to pay for the ticket, but I still want to come in here and listen to you do Jigga my nigga." He gonna tell you to get the fuck out his face and kick you up out of the goddamn concert. What's the difference? That I would love to know what's the difference between somebody paying a rapper or a musician who is doing a concert, you paying to go in there and listen to him for whatever he's talking about. What's the difference between that and going on to YouTube and watching your favorite YouTuber? Because truth be told, with the way this AdSense shit is, and dudes can't make money on AdSense, sooner or later they're gonna turn YouTube into a paid platform anyway. That shit is coming, especially with this net neutrality bullshit. That shit is coming. You know what I'm saying? So the fact that niggas is sitting around saying, "Oh well, you know, it should be free." Yeah, it should be free if you making cat videos. If you got a video with a cat playing a fucking piano, yeah, that shit should be fucking free. If you making a video of yourself just strolling down the street, you know, shooting the breeze, yeah, you shouldn't have to pay for that. But when you got cats like freaking BGS or Obsidian or somebody that's actually taking the time to put together a researched podcast that's informing brothers or speaking to issues that brothers want to be talked about, there's value in that. And if there's value in it, brothers shouldn't have a problem supporting other brothers. This is the main reason why we've had this freaking gynocentric bullshit when it comes to black men being talked about by black women. Black women have been talking shit about us for 50 plus fucking years. And the main reason they've been able to do it is because they are well funded. Now that we finally have a voice on YouTube, you know what I'm saying? The Obsidians, the freaking BGSs, all of these different brothers, we're sitting around talking shit about them when we expect to, you know, support them. Now, BGS doesn't ask for donations, but when I go on BGS's platform, I'll donate something. A lot of people will, because it's valuable. That's the plain truth of it. And if we're not going to support our agendas, How the fuck do we expect to ever have any damn change? We got all of these fucking black women talking crazy about us. And now it's gotten to the point because Tia San Johnson actually pointed this out. Tia San Johnson said, yo, I used to watch a lot of you guys, and half the time I can't even find your channels now because they're censoring us. You see what I'm saying? So it's getting to the point now where brothers' videos aren't even coming up because they're censoring us, because for the first time in a very long time, now we finally have a voice and we're able to talk about the things that need to be talked about. Now, should a brother be compensated for that shit? Hell the fuck yes. Because if you a brother who's jumping up here, putting your reputation out there, putting your face out there, you feel me? Especially a nigga like me or any other nigga who puts his face on camera, that type of dude ain't gonna ever get no fucking job nowhere talking the way we talking. That's real talk. So my thing is, when brothers get up here and shit on other brothers for that, it's ridiculous. Now, if you was just up here saying, yo, the shit that Obsidian is talking about, I don't necessarily agree with, or the shit that, yo, Black Cherub, what are you talking about? Talk isn't valuable. How the fuck do you communicate? When you listen to talk radio, what do you listen to?
Look, hold on. See, here's the thing, Angry Man. Here's the thing.
Go ahead,
Angry Man.
Explain it to me.
Here's what I believe what Black Sheriff Bob's talking about. Now, Black Sheriff Bob been on YouTube for like 10, right? And that's all we have been doing is talking. So, I mean, talking for like the past 10, 11, 12 years on YouTube is just talking. Wow. We got the lawyers and they're creating their little political movements and they're trying to shut everybody else up. And you don't sit there and see that?
Brothers are not just talking, because the talk is what motivates motherfuckers to do shit. You don't know how many dudes are watching these brothers on YouTube talk about these different things. You don't know how many dudes are in college right now to be lawyers because of this. You don't know how many dudes have started organizations because of this. The impact that brothers are having in this day and age is much more tremendous than you think. Trust and believe that shit. There's a lot of dudes who are starting organizations who are making changes in their lives because of these conversations that are being had. In fact, this is how anything moves. What does Congress do? They talk. And then after they talk, they put the shit to action. This is what governments do. This is why they have think tanks. See, I'm gonna tell you something right now. The only thing that brothers love to do, brothers love to shit on other brothers for whatever fucking reason. And I'm not even gonna sit here and act like I ain't guilty of the shit. I've engaged in the shit too. But the problem is we got to get to the point where we not shitting on brothers for the things that they should be doing. And brothers should be expecting other brothers to support their cause, especially if their cause is to speak to black men's issues, because nobody else is gonna speak for us. Black women ain't gonna speak for us. White men ain't gonna speak for us. White women ain't gonna speak for us. Nobody's gonna speak for us. And in fact, I heard you mention something about Paul Elam. This is the main reason why Obsidian has a YouTube, because he couldn't talk about everything he wanted to talk about over on A Voice for Men. And I know that for a fact because I wrote a couple articles on A Voice for Men for Paul Elam. And that was the main reason I stopped fucking with them, because they're never gonna speak to black issues. So when you have brothers who come on YouTube and want to speak to black issues, that's a valuable thing. Even if there's brothers in the chat room or in the peanut gallery who don't believe it's valuable, it is valuable. It's very valuable.
You're missing the point of that we got 12 years of this. I'm just saying. I mean, we'll sit there and disagree on that.
Well, how much change?
But my opinion.
How much change do you expect? White men have been talking about the same shit and have had the same ideology for hundreds of years. Hundreds. How long do you think it takes to make a change?
Well, half of a generation. I believe it should be half of a generation to make at least a dent in something.
Nah, it's gonna take longer than half a generation. Takes a couple of generations to change some shit.
with the technology we have today, and with all the information that's at the palm of one's hand, you don't think, and you don't think though, that was at least spread somewhere, at least somewhere in this society, that somebody is breaking down the walls of something, or working on something at this point.
That's the thing. I'm not talking about the change of an
within
opinion. I'm not talking about the change of opinions. I'm not talking about hearts and minds. I'm talking about the changing of policy. That's what I'm talking about.
Well,
it takes time.
That's I'm referring to the change of policy.
That takes time. That takes time. That takes quite a bit of time, especially when Black people are not organized. That takes time. Black people are not organized. Like what I'm talking about right now is an issue in lack of organization. What I'm talking, see, here's the thing. In Black Cherub, you're right. We're not white. White people are smart enough to be on code. White people are smart enough not to shit on other white people for getting donations. You're never going to see a white person talking shit about another white person on YouTube because they accept donations. You're never going to see that shit.
You are still on that donation angle. I'm not. When you making demands of other,
wars cost money. Wars cost money. Wars cost money.
Okay. Who are the commanders of this war?
Yo, check this out. You talking about demands. You talking about demands. Let me ask you a question. The channel that Obsidian has, who does that channel belong to?
Obsidian.
It belongs to Obsidian. So if you come and watch his shit, what are you doing?
Giving him attention.
Okay, if you were to open up a shop right now, like let's say for argument's sake, you open up a barbershop, and some niggas and every time you in the barbershop, you cutting hair and shit or whatever, and some dudes, they just come in the barbershop and they just chill in the barbershop. Do you or do you not have the right to ask them to leave if they're not patronizing the business?
Yeah, I have to tell them to leave.
Okay, so what is the difference between a YouTube channel and a brick and mortar barbershop?
Because the barbershop is actually giving out a service.
So is the YouTube channel.
And tell me this though. Okay, now you keep on talking about we at war, but again, I got to ask, who, if we at war, then who is leading this, and what now I ain't gonna go. Anyway, I'll leave that alone, because I don't believe though we are war ready for the week that you and I and everybody else want.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're ready for war or not. That's irrelevant. Whether you're ready or not makes no difference. War is war. If a war was to happen, if a physical war were to break out in America, it wouldn't make no difference if you were ready or not. It just is what it is.
Yeah, but we've been talking about this war for 12 years.
Here's the thing. We're not war for 12 years,
and none of us are ready. Then guess what? We ain't down.
Yo, we've already been. Yo, you talking about ready for a war, and you got this nigga in the chat room talking about some you niggas ain't ready for shit. We already in a war, silly ass nigga. Are the cops or are they not? Are the police officers or are they not killing and shooting niggas?
Yeah.
Okay, so how are we not already in a war?
It's interesting. It's very interesting. And greetings again, Big J. Back on your platform yet again. And I find some of the answers that you're giving interesting. But I want to know, at what period of time in America has the Negro not been under siege? Please, you can take all the time you want to think about it. And that goes for any of your audience as well.
See, Mr. Gray is on that. Well, the ball was taken from me mentality.
Oh no. See, here's the problem. Never once have you heard me say that the ball was taken from us. Okay?
No,
because black folk.
I am referring to the last hangout.
Now,
I'm referring to what you said on
the last hangout. On the last hangout, what I said is that when we as Gen Xers picked up the ball,
it was slapped out of our hands.
It was slapped the fuck out of our hands. Because the reality is that we actually never had the fucking ball. That's why when somebody picked it up, like say for instance your boomers, who led your civil rights era, right? Nobody asked them to pick up the ball. It was dropped on them. They picked it up, they ran with it, carried it as far as it could go. Gen Xers picked it up, and every time they picked it up, it kept getting slapped out of our hands.
Mm-hmm.
How did it keep getting slapped out of our hands? With policy, with the war on drugs, mass incarceration, so forth and so on. And I find it interesting how when I actually brought up the issue of slavery, you tried to interrupt me and say, oh, no, we're not going to bring up that because that was so long ago.
Because I can't do anything about slavery. I'm worried about anything from 1980 on up to now.
Well, here's the thing: if you can't do anything about slavery, what makes you? If you can't do anything about slavery, what makes you think that you can do something about anything right now at this point? Because I will tell you this.
Great. Say that again, because that was a lot of bullshit. Because you sitting there telling me that I can't do shit. What you saying, Mr. Gray?
Well, that's what you are saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You misinterpreting what I'm saying.
No, I'm not misinterpreting anything. I am taking the words directly from your mouth.
440 years ago is not my problem.
Actually, it wasn't 400 years ago. In fact, it wasn't 400 years ago. Or did you forget that, the abolition of slavery happened in 1865. And it wasn't even, and even then, it wasn't even until 1886 that it was even enforced. And even still, you had people that were in slavery for up to 70 years after the fact that slavery had ended, that they had no idea.
You see, here it is again.
And then on top of that, what you're doing is you're cherry picking points in history. You're cherry picking points in history, just like you're cherry picking these issues. And these are not even top priorities. And see, I find that interesting with a lot of brothers who stay within low priority conversation. And then whenever someone comes to give you a different perspective or paradigm, you want to interrupt them. You want to censor and cut them off. I find that highly problematic.
Go ahead, Greg. Go ahead, Greg. I'll listen to you, Greg.
See, here's the thing.
What you saying? No, what you saying, Greg? Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm just looking at Black Cherub, and I'm trying to figure out what he's trying to say. What are you trying to say, Black Cherub? You can't fight the past, but you definitely can learn from the past. And from what I understand, a wise man once said, "Those who forget the past are doomed to repeat it."
Well, what happens is whenever they discount the past, understanding where the mistakes in history were made, and the fact that we can talk about Black Wall Street, you got no problem with that, but what was the chief mistake of Black Wall Street is that blacks did not focus on security, because they thought, just like a lot of you modern Negroes think, that somehow that you are actually free and not in a competing society, which white folks have actually decided that in this society we must compete, and we're not going to be the ones who lose. But with black people, for some reason, have dictated that because we have a little more leeway and a little more leisure time, that we have the luxury of deciding what we want to fight and win.
Mm-hmm. You can't learn. Look, you can't learn shit from the past if I control the media. You got to be the dumbest nigga in captivity. What does that even mean? What does that statement even mean? And better yet, Black Cherub, why don't you come on the panel, have this discussion in real time instead of in the chat room? You can't have a debate in the chat room. Like, you can learn from the past. See, the problem is a lot of you Negroes don't want to learn from the past. You want to remain in a state of apathy. You're comfortable there. And whenever niggas like me or Cerulean or BGS start talking about certain shit that makes you uncomfortable, and it threatens to push you out of that state of apathy, then you have a problem with it. Because you're saying, oh, you can't learn from the shit from the past. Yes, the fuck you can. You know what I'm saying? You're talking about, oh, if I control the media. Well, first of all, you shouldn't be learning past from the motherfucking media. Go pick up a goddamn book. Jesus Christ.
Well, here's the other, fatal flaw is that we do have a tendency to believe that we can't learn shit from the past. And what happens is, well, we already know what has happened is that we've been incubated in this past generation to want instant gratification.
Mm-hmm.
You see, when the dominant society makes its plans, it doesn't make its plans for immediate gratification. It makes its plans, 4 or 5 generations out.
Yep. That's why when you said that's why when you said it shouldn't only take but a half a generation, you can't make no significant change in the world with a half a generation of planning. You can't.
I mean,
you have to put it in motion. You got to put it in motion.
There's people that still fail to realize that Marcus Garvey's movement, for instance, that was more than 30 years of being at it consistently on a regular basis. It wasn't this, well, we've had 12 years of this. Let's go ahead, stop, and let the rest of the Negroes pick this shit up and run with it. No, he stayed the head of that movement, for 30 plus years. It's that you only heard about him from, around the 1910s, 1920s. But by then, you're talking about towards the end of that movement, the end of that era.
Let me ask this. So Black Cherub says South Africans can't use their own land and resource, but you niggas are gonna do better with donations. SA are told from the past that their land was uninhabited.
I would ask Black Cherub, are we in South Africa?
Or even better yet, here's an even better question. You said we think we can do better with donations. Can we do better without the donations? There's a question for you. Can we do better without them? See, all you are, I'm gonna just go ahead and be frank about this shit. All you are is a bum ass nigga who wants something for free. And that's the main goddamn reason why none of us run anything, because of niggas like you.
What it really is, Angry Man, is that it's the welfare mind state. That's it. They want someone to do everything for them so that they can reap the benefits of it.
It has nothing to do with the welfare state mindset.
That is the welfare mindset. Anytime you want something for free, without the expectation of giving an item, a good, or a service in return, that is by definition welfare.
Let me ask you a question, BIGJXXX. I want to ask you a question, bro. You don't got to say where. You don't got to say where you work. What is your line of work? What do you do for a living? Like, what's your trade?
Blue collar. I'll put it like that.
Blue collar. Okay, so you go to work, you work every week, and you either get paid hourly or you get a salary. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Salary, yeah.
What if I came to you? Let's say I was your boss and I came to you and I said, "Hey man, Big J, you're doing a great job. You know, everything you're doing is helping the bottom line. The company's growing because of you. But check this out. Starting next week, I want you to continue to do what you're doing, continue put in all the hard work you're doing, but I'm not gonna pay you. Are you gonna continue to work there?"
No, but what does it have to do with?
Why not?
Do with your problem about my problem about the donate about Obsidian's? Oh, and I'm saying this again, what Obsidian said, and I'm only focused that donation part on Obsidian, so I'm the one everybody else want to join. There's not.
You're asking
anyway.
what you just said. Okay, this is what I just asked you, and I don't see why you can't connect those dots. What I'm asking you is, are you willing? Do you believe that your time is valuable? Do you believe that you should be compensated? Do you believe that you should be compensated for your hard work?
I believe compensated for whatever.
Actually, I would actually go as far as to say, when's the last time you did some volunteer work, Big J?
I remember doing at the boys at the food bank. Then there was doing Hurricane Harvey. Stuff like that. But that happened.
So you did it during Hurricane Harvey, right? You did some volunteer work during Hurricane Harvey. Why did you do it during Hurricane Harvey as opposed to doing it any other time?
Because people was in need. So what's the problem?
So with all of these issues that you were talking about on a regular basis, what's the difference between you doing it now and any other time is actually nothing, because Black people have already are still in a crisis. And it's obvious that we are still in a crisis because you keep talking about the same fucking issues. Now, my question was to show you a direct contrast and parallel between you doing volunteer work during Hurricane Harvey, which is a crisis, and you doing volunteer work any other time, which in the Black community is still in crisis, and that is what you said. But yet you don't feel any kind of need to.
Great. Your problem is this, Greg. Is that you are stuck in the past. You keep on referring to other shit is in the past. I'm looking forward to the fucking future, nigga. So I don't know why. I don't know why every time in Black YouTube is always 60% of niggas keep on talking about Black Wall Street and the shit.
First of all, where the fuck do you even get this 60%? First of all, Big J, where the fuck do you get this 60%?
Better yet,
60%, because what is the percentage right now? Because last time I checked, the only way that you can fucking check percentages is if for something has already happened, which means that it's in the fucking past.
I'm not worried about
exactly
the
my
past
motherfucking point. So you want to cherry pick data. You want to use statistics which are based on past numbers, not current numbers. Because I'm pretty sure you're not watching this shit in real time. You see, you want to cherry pick.
Better yet,
I'm not cherry picking shit.
I got a question, Big J.
I have a cutoff spot.
Big J, I got a question for you. I have a question for you, Big J. So what is your plan? What is your 5-year plan moving forward to address these issues that you have a problem with?
Well, first, you don't know what my problems are. So how long can you know what my problems are?
First of all, I didn't say I knew what your problems were. What I said, because this is what you said a second ago. You said you're tired of all of these niggas who keep talking about the past. You said you're looking forward to the future, nigga. That's what you said. So What I'm asking you is, since you are looking forward to the future, as you are looking forward, what is your 5-year plan to fix the issues that you have been discussing on your channel? That's what I'm asking.
Well, I tell you what, Angry Man, I'm gonna say part of it, and the other part I'm not gonna give at this time.
Okay.
Black men need to get political, and that's a hint. I'm giving out a hint.
What have you done? So what have you done to be more political?
I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do, because I already got my little thing. But because I know how some people are on this fucking platform.
But Big J, don't you think that there is a serious issue in our community when you have people who are arguing against information? Because basically when you attack a lot of these YouTubers, a lot of these brothers are giving out information that people don't have. They don't have access to. And so one of the reasons why I applaud guys like Cerulean, like Angry Man, like BGS, is that they're speaking to a lot of people who don't really know about what happened with the Panthers, don't really know about what happened with Core, Stick, and a host of other organizations. And so when people attack people for talking about the past is supposed to inform the present. So if you're ignorant of the past, you're going to try and do things that have already failed. And so I don't understand what the issue is.
Well, the reason why you hear me talk about the past is because it is what dictated your present.
Correct.
You got here because of the past.
And the reason why I don't want to talk about the past, because I already know about that past, and I'm more focused
J, you're supposed to be informing people.
5.
Let me ask you a question, Big J. Do you think the majority of our community it has a thorough understanding of their own past?
No.
Okay, so if the community that you are advocating for doesn't have,
I'll say by half.
You think I think that's well. Let's give you half. Do you really think that you can make a substantive change?
Hold on, I'm being too generalist. I'm being too nice, but I'll say half just for the sake of the argument.
Sure. Okay. Let's go with half. Let's go with half. Do you think that we can have substantive change when only half of our community is informed? Do you think that we're going to be able to push new policies when only and when you talk about half of the community, I guarantee you most of those people that are informed are over the age of 40. If you look around at the fruit out here, they don't really understand or have a grasp on a lot of the things that came beforehand. So when you argue and you talk down about people who are going over the history of our community, you're arguing against the community being able to take rational, thoughtful steps in the future. You do realize that?
Fox. Okay, Fox. Fox. Here's how I see this.
Sure.
Whenever a topic comes up, right, and the conversation stops, the problem, and then we're gonna sit there and go to this other topic about race, and then we talk about slavery, Jim Crow, and all that other shit, and we're not addressing we're not addressing with a laser focus on this one particular happens all the time.
Okay, give me an example.
Among black men, we can sit there and talk about these goddamn. Well, I ain't gonna talk about. I ain't mentioning them no more. But let's say we sit there and discuss or Trayvon Martin, instead of us focus on that. It's talking about the case, what Zimmerman was innocent or not, and blah, at X, Y, and Z. we go off to a tangent, and we talk about slavery and trying to make slavery try to make the death of Trayvon Martin into a slavery when those are hundreds of years apart.
Let me hold on. Let me ask him a question. Hold on. Let me ask Big J a question.
Go ahead.
Let me ask Big J. Big J. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Big J. Let me ask you a question. How many Jewish people do you think know about the Holocaust in detail?
About not. It's all over the goddamn every goddamn year made.
So they talk about. Hold on. So they put out a movie every year about the Holocaust, right?
No, what every 2 years or so.
Every 2 years. Okay.
Every 2 years.
Okay. If somebody was to attack Jewish people right now, if somebody was to say something messed up about Jewish people right now, what organization do they have to combat that?
The banks, APAC.
They have a specific organization to combat anti-Semitism.
Anti-Defamation League.
The Anti-Defamation League. Now, why is it when a Jewish person gets attacked now, they call it anti-Semitism, and then they have the Anti-Defamation League? Do you think any of that has to do with the Holocaust?
No.
Well, they have it because it does have everything to do with
it. Has everything to do with the Holocaust. Everything. And the reason why Jewish people, and the reason why hold on. Let me say this. Let me say this. The Anti-Defamation League was created because, number one, ever since the Holocaust, the Jewish have a saying, never again. And what they do is not only do they instill that in their children, in their entire culture, to make sure that it never happens again, they've actually took steps to guarantee that they're in a position of power. And one of the trending themes with them is they constantly remind other Jewish people of that shit, so that they won't go through it again. This is why they have the Anti-Defamation League. So guess what? When something like Trayvon Martin happens, guess what? Do we have anything to stop putting a stop to that shit? No, we don't. Because we're so motherfucking desperate for approval by white people. The moment that it looked like we got a little bit of leeway, we want to pretend like all of that shit don't exist.
Well, here's the thing is the fact that we continue to ignore it altogether. This has nothing to do with slavery. But let me ask you this: name a period in American history, in time, in which black men have not been killed en masse by whites.
Y'all
there's no such time.
Y'all just predictable. You cannot sit up there.
No, it's not us that are predictable. It's you that are predictable. It's you that are predictable. You're predictable because you really don't have the wide enough worldview to really understand how your present has been.
Great.
You don't even know these basic things. You say that you do, but
come on, man.
Right.
We're on this platform.
Last week, dude. Dude, you were quoting the fucking white supremacist because you know in your heart of hearts that I am right, which is why you're suddenly trying to interrupt.
No, we're great.
You know in your heart of hearts that I'm right. You know in your heart of hearts that I'm right.
You have a fucking ego problem.
You know you have a heart of hearts that I'm right.
You are in no position, Gray. You're in position to tell me how my life is, nigga. You ain't no
BIGJXXX, can I ask you a question?
Yeah. What's wrong with you?
Let's keep this productive, man.
No.
I'm getting mad because you know in your heart of hearts that I am right.
You're in a Because
See,
what you're talking
angry
about,
because you know in your heart of hearts that I am right.
Let me say something. Let me say something to break the.
Talking about?
You're yelling and over talking me because you know
you're
in your heart
talking
of
about,
hearts that I am right.
Hold on 1 second, guys. Hold on 1 second, guys.
Stop mustering
Sorry,
around.
come on, man.
You keep interrupting me because you know
BJ,
in your heart of
hold on.
hearts that I am right.
Cerulean, BJ,
Come on,
Cerulean, BJ. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. I'm
Catch
gonna show you something. I'm gonna show you some hypocrisy. Black Cherub said every group that I use, for example, has resources. So what you're saying is the reason these groups can combat shit is because they got resources, but you the same nigga in here telling black men they shouldn't ask for goddamn donations. You have any motherfucking idea how contradictory that is, you stupid motherfucker?
See, that's the slave mind.
Hey, Big J.
Slave
Big J.
mentality 101.
Go ahead.
Hey, listen, man. Look, I don't agree with everybody on this panel, but one thing I don't agree with is the slavery excuse. Black folks after Reconstruction did very well. Not until the 60s and 70s when the family structure was not really on point. That's when things failed. So this slavery excuse is just another
Where are you getting
excuse.
this
I don't.
information from?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
War stories. War stories. Hold on. War stories. I disagree with you, except for one thing. The breakdown of the black family began in 75. If you look at the divorce rates between marriages, divorce rates. But I hang back.
I disagree. I disagree that there was no. Look, there were some successful Black Wall Streets during Reconstruction. That goes without saying. But the masses of Black people were impoverished, living in mostly agrarian lifestyles. You can read "Betrayal of the Negro" by Rayful Logan, who goes through that. You can read "Black Bourgeoisie" by E. Franklin Frazier.
As far as the family structure, the marriage rate, there was the moral code as far as the value system. That's what I'm talking about as far as black folks after slavery. So when the excuse is used that slavery has caused dysfunction, no, it's the lack of morals, the lack of values that has caused that problem.
Yo, Black Cherry Nuts. Like I know you don't like the shit that I say. You feel what I'm saying? But you are a contradiction, my nigga. You are a living fucking contradiction. You're in here arguing, you're making arguments and then defeating your own motherfucking argument.
You know, a lot of these guys would do well to get the book by Robert C. Smith, Conservatism and Racism and Why in America They Are the Same.
Well, like I said, black folks that believe in personal responsibility and taking control of their future have no problem in life. The black folks who just live day by day without, taking control of their future have issues.
Hold on. First of all black people in America have a problem in their life.
Well, as far as financial, if you go to school, get a career, and you're productive, you're fine.
Hold on. What you are in that scenario is a productive member of society for white society. You still don't have a society
individually. As an individual, though, you can take care of yourself, provide for your family.
There's no such thing as an individual
productivity. There's no such thing as individual success. Name me a successful individual, and I will call you a liar to your face.
And you can go out, buy yourself a house, have a good career.
Wait, hold on.
In the United States, and I'll call you a liar to your face.
Hey, Fox. Are you a successful person? Are you successful in life?
Personally, yeah. For my age, I think so. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Then why are you quoting?
You're not understanding. You're not understanding.
Wait 1 second, Angry Man.
BJ.
What did you say, Big J? I didn't catch that. Big J.
You went in and quote something to horror stories about something, and then are you successful? And you was quoting about not successful and blah blah. It was something you. What I tell you, say it, Fox. Say it again.
What are you talking about?
You quoted, "Show me a person who is successful, and I'll show you blah blah."
No, you
go ahead.
confused me with Cerulean.
Oh, okay.
Confused me
I'm
with Cerulean.
sorry, Mr. Gray. Mr. Gray, please, Mr. Gray.
Well, one, success is a community property. It's something that is owned by a group. I am successful
Right.
because my group is successful. I have money, finances, resources, and opportunities because my group owns those things and provides those things.
That's the disconnect. Of course, I think everybody here would say that hard work is good and that you can be successful individually. But when we're talking about Black people in the aggregate, there's a lot of issues.
Well, see,
I've worked specifically in K-12 education, trying to help mentor students. And when you already have housing that is discriminatory, if housing determines what type of education you get based on public schools.
Well,
so if you're already in that situation, there's some group problems that you have to address. This is not about slavery. This is about the caste system and Black people being at the bottom of it.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing, because I noticed Big J laughed at what Cerulean said, and this is the part you don't get, Big J. This is the part War don't get. All of the things that you've achieved personally, that you consider success, at any given moment, at any given moment, the motherfuckers who run this society can take that shit from you.
Ask John Crawford.
It's not even that.
Ask Jordan Russell Davis.
Hold on. Okay, then Anger Man. Show me this to Anger Man.
What's up?
If that is so true, Anger Man, then can they drill a hole in my head and remove shit out of my skull?
No, they cannot drill a hole in your head and remove shit. However, they can put economic sanctions on you. In fact, they can just put your black ass in jail.
Actually, they already have economic sanctions.
You can do about it.
Hold on, what are you talking about, Angry Man? They already have economic sanctions on Black folks. That's why Black folks don't have any resources.
Hold on for a second. Let me address something. Hold on for a second. Let me address something. Check this out, Dougie Fresh. Dougie Fresh and any of you other pussy ass motherfuckers in the chat room, you enjoy this shit while you can, because you will be coming on to another platform sooner or later where I have a wrench. So enjoy it while you can.
Hey, look, Angry Man, listen. I have a disagreement with you and both Cerulean, because you give off the victim impression that Black folks have to sell drugs and have to use the guns that are dropped off in the neighborhood.
I never said
that's
that.
what my main disagreement. My main disagreement came to you guys.
I can go further than that, War.
Hold on.
I can go further than that, War. I will leave as far as to say both you and Big J are the biggest victims of all.
Can I please finish?
Those that possess your mind.
Hold on. Say you blame the government for putting drugs. Blame the government for putting drugs in the community, and then you make it seem like Black guys can't leave those drugs and guns alone.
Hold on. First of all, let me address War. Let me
finish what I'm saying. Can I finish what I'm saying?
Let me address what you said.
You didn't hear what I said. Let me finish what I'm saying.
What you said. I heard what you said.
No, just to be clear, you said that in Chicago they put guns and drugs in Chicago. You said the government does that, and you're blaming the government, putting no responsibility on Black men for picking those guns up. Basically, you're telling me that Black men have no self-control.
First of all, War, the reason that these motherfuckers run this bitch is because they picked up guns.
See, look, excuses. Why are you deflecting? Address.
That is self-control.
Look, the reality of self-control.
That is a world historical fact.
Here's the
historical
self-control.
That is a historical fact.
Self-control.
That's a fact.
Self-control. Then you're saying the government.
There's only two types of species.
Personal self-control
on this planet, and that is in every level.
You're saying Black men in Chicago have no control over their actions.
Hold on. Where is the self-control? Where is the self-control? Hold on.
You're saying that guys in Chicago
Let me ask him this. Let me ask War this.
Let me ask you this.
Where is the self-control when they murder you in the motherfucking street and throw your ass in jail for whatever reason? Where's the self-control then?
You're deflecting.
You're
going to kill by a black guy.
I'm talking
about. You're going to kill by a black guy before you're killed by a cop.
I am not talking about. I'm not deflecting. I'm talking about that white cracker you love to defend.
You're deflecting.
I'm talking about. I'm talking about that white cracker you love to defend.
No. You're making excuses. The bottom line is
you love to defend.
You're saying black men have no self-control. You're saying black men have no self-control. You're trying to say black men have no self-control.
You're the type of nigga. You're the type of nigga that will
trying to say black men have no self-control.
You're the type of nigga that will be in.
You're saying black men have no self-control.
Fucking noose around your neck. You're that type of nigga.
You're saying black men have no self-control.
You're that type of nigga.
I would even go so far as to say the stupidity of that statement.
Drugs and guns in the neighborhood.
Black men didn't have any self-control. We would already have owned this country.
So just because, listen, you're saying black men have no self-control.
You got that right, Smoothie.
You're saying black men have no self-control, basically.
I have a question for War.
Answer that question.
I don't know. I don't know about. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Let me get a clear response to him. I don't know about
already. I heard what you said.
No, first of all, I'm not. Let me respond. Yo, what are you doing right now, dude? Are you a fucking woman? Shut the fuck up.
No, you deflected 3 times already.
Pussy. Shut the
You
fuck
fucking
up.
pussy. You the pussy. You're a bitch. You deflected 3 times already.
Bitch ass nigga.
You're a pussy. You're a bitch. You're a bitch.
Shut up.
Go pay your child support. Go pay your child support. How many?
Hey guys, come on.
Like I was saying. Hold on. Like I was saying. I don't know about the rest of Black America, but your motherfucking ass ain't got no self-control. You bitch ass nigga. And if I ever saw you in person,
you ain't gonna do shit. You ain't gonna do shit. I knock your dumb ass out.
Oh yeah,
I knock your dumb ass out.
Bitch ass nigga. Catch a flight, bitch ass nigga. Catch a flight, bitch ass nigga.
But War, where the fuck was all of your self-control in just this little exchange?
Exactly.
He can't get me wrong. I asked him a simple question.
Exactly.
I asked him a simple question.
I mean, you're
So why do the black guys use the guns in Chicago?
Talked over a nigga.
Come on.
And then talked over a nigga. How the fuck you gonna ask a nigga?
You ain't gonna do nothing. You ain't gonna do nothing, man. I asked you a simple question. No, I asked you a question.
Was it rhetorical?
No, I'm not.
Was it rhetorical, bitch ass nigga? Was it rhetorical? Huh?
So
you deflected. You deflected.
How you gonna ask
You
a question
deflected
and
from my
not wait for the
question.
goddamn answer, pussy?
You
How
deflected,
you
you
gonna ask a
bitch.
question and not wait for the answer, bitch?
You deflected.
Huh?
You
but what
deflected.
I will say,
You pussy.
what I
Pussy
will actually say in this instance,
Fucking clown ass
it's not
nigga.
black men who
Clown
don't
ass
Your
nigga.
child support. You pay your child support.
That's my face.
pay your child support.
That's my face right there, nigga.
How
Where's
many
your
baby moms
face?
you got?
That's my face right there, nigga. Where's your
Pay
face?
your baby mom. Go pay your child support. You
Hey,
fucking bum.
Coward,
Hey,
show
Go
your
pay your
face,
child
pussy.
support. How
Show
many
your
baby
face,
moms you
pussy.
got?
Show
How
your
many baby
face,
moms you
pussy.
got, you fucking
Show
bum?
your face. Show your face, bum ass nigga. Show your
Pussy.
face, coward. Show your face, pussy.
You a fucking distraction. You a fucking deflecting, you bitch. You a bitch. And you know I beat your ass, you fuck. You man, you ain't shit.
Nigga, mystery man. Mystery man. Mystery man.
shit.
Keyboard tough guy.
Answer my question.
Keyboard tough
Answer
guy.
my question.
Mystery man, nigga. Show your face, pussy. Exactly. Exactly.
I would like to engage.
Exactly. I smell straight pussy, nigga. I smell straight pussy, nigga. I smell straight pussy, nigga.
Do shit.
So
I can smell it through the goddamn computer, nigga.
I'm not fuck out.
Pussy ass nigga.
I'm not fuck.
Pussy ass nigga.
Now one thing
You ain't
I
never
will
getting
say-
at me. Pussy ass bitch.
nigga.
See,
You ain't shit.
Faceless niggas don't knock shit out. Anonymous niggas don't knock out shit, pussy.
All right, man. Man, you shut up. Answer my question.
Show your
Deflecting.
face, nigga. Show your face, nigga. Show your face, nigga.
Stop deflecting.
Pussy ass nigga. Show your face, nigga.
You heard what I asked him? You heard what I asked him? He deflected.
Show your face,
You
nigga.
deflected.
Show your face,
You
nigga.
deflected.
Show your face, nigga.
See, you're trying
stop?
Bitch ass nigga.
a loss of an argument. So what you're trying to do is create an entirely new argument that has.
I asked him a simple question.
And what I'm saying is
I
this.
said the guns that are being dropped in Chicago. Why do guys make excuses to pick them up? That's what
I can answer that question.
What you absolutely said was that are you saying black men have no self-control? But what you have displayed here is that you have no self-control.
When I get attacked, when you attack, I'm attack back.
You
You
have
attack
no
me, I'm attack you back.
self-control
Fuck that.
whatsoever.
When you attack me, I attack back.
You are attacked. No, hold on. So now when you are attacked, you want people to exercise their self-control, but
I asked a simple question. I asked him a simple question about guns and drugs.
You don't want to be able to exercise
question.
any self-control whatsoever, which is the entire point of that exercise.
That's your buddy. That's your buddy. He's your buddy, your sidekick. You're going to defeat him.
On the bottom of a white man's shoe.
That's your buddy, man. I asked a simple question about the drugs and guns.
I will answer the question.
You at least half as much intelligence as the fucking character that you use.
I asked a simple question, man. And he deflected.
And didn't allow me to answer the shit.
Motherfucker, 3 times.
Motherfucker.
In defense of war, you don't want to fuck with war. War is a certified badass.
Let me ask the question. Give you one more chance to answer the question without deflecting.
Okay.
What was the question? Hold on. What's the question? Ask the question again.
Your argument was that the government ships drugs and guns in Chicago, right? I asked you, the black men in Chicago have self-control to leave those drugs and guns alone and not use them on each other. You said no.
No, what I said was your mama pussy stink. That's what I said.
Go up. See, this is a black guy. Look, go up. This is the father. He's a father too. The father. You want to go up? This is the black guy.
Let's.
You can't expect a civil conversation. You can't expect a civil conversation after you've already disrespected me.
Hey, y'all. Hey, hold on.
Big old kids.
No, hold on. See, the problem I got for this conversation. Hold on, hold on, y'all. Hold on. This conversation is this. How in the fuck can you, angry man, can sit there and tell war stories about being emotional when you came on here last field calling me all time to talk to bitches earning this, and how the hell is that supposed to work? And second of all,
first of all, rewind the playback. No, rewind the playback. I didn't call you a. I didn't call you no bitch. Rewind the playback. Rewind the playback. Rewind, nigga. This shit is recorded.
The way he came at me was out of control too.
I talked shit in the chat room. I talked shit in the chat room, but when I came on the panel, did I not engage in a civil conversation with you? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay then.
Yes. But
okay then.
Yeah, but at the same time, you was talking some cash shit.
My nigga, I engage the way niggas engage me. Straight up and down. Anybody knows that. I engage the way niggas engage me. Because you've been civil with me, I kept it civil with you.
Okay.
Straight up and down.
Okay,
no, but see, before niggas talk over here, niggas, everybody's defense. You were talking a lot of nonsensical drivel about shit that does not even matter.
Yeah.
It is low priority conversation.
See, this is the crazy part. When it talks about guns and drugs, okay?
Y'all proved my point.
Guns and drugs in your neighborhood.
You and others on this panel have proved my point. Y'all just proving my point all the goddamn time. Y'all are minoring in the y'all majoring in the minors and y'all minor in the majors.
How can you say that I'm doing that?
That's why I keep bringing it up.
What's so funny is that he talked all of that shit. He talked all of that shit about Obsidian, right? And you're using one of his fucking lines.
Y'all got butthurt.
Well, minoring
talking about Obsidian.
In the minor. My nigga. So what the fuck is all of this talk about donations and he over there begging for donations? See, that's minors. That's minor league shit you're talking about.
It is.
Because if you can't look, hold up. If you cannot do something as contribute to your content creators, i.e. your media, because media is a service, okay? If you can't do that little shit, you're not going to be able to take on any kind of war machine. You're not going to be able to organize to the extent that you need to in order to fight an actual war. which means that you are doing exactly what you're talking about. You are majoring in minor league shit.
I would like to actually.
You're not even in the minor leagues. I mean, this is Pee Wee ball we talking about. YouTube is Pee Wee ball. You want to talk about
whoa, stop.
Stop.
Pee Wee
We taking baby steps. We taking baby steps.
Pee Wee ball, but why are you here? If I am Pee Wee ball, then why are your black ass?
Hey, check this out. Check this out. To all you niggas in the chat room talking about me, we can go on my channel right now and have a debate. But I know you ain't gonna show up because you're a bunch of bitch ass niggas. All right. So let's get that out the motherfucking way.
So Cerulean is here because Cerulean understands that in a protracted and prolonged campaign that you need to take baby steps. And what you are trying to do is put the fucking cart before the horse. Oh, I don't need to talk about no history. I already know that stuff. Yeah, the masses of people who supposedly follow you don't. But you get mad and you try to interrupt me.
Hold on.
Your heart of heart,
I'm gonna say this right.
In your heart of heart, you know I'm right.
No, nigga, you are absolutely
your line.
Fucking asshole.
No,
hold on. See, I'm
swearing. You are swearing at me because in your heart of hearts, you absolutely know that I am right.
You may be entitled to your opinions, my nigga, but with facts, motherfucking facts.
That wasn't an opinion. That was a fact. That was an opinion. I would actually precede the conversation within my opinion.
The facts.
So wait a minute.
I don't care about opinion. The facts ending only.
You're getting mad because in your heart of hearts you know I'm right.
I'm gonna tell you something. This is you know something. I never in my life seen this shit. Look, these niggas in this chat room. This is the weakest shit I've ever seen. Oh, he's over here now, so now we can pick for real. Y'all some hoes in this chat room. Bitch ass niggas. Look at him.
You're getting mad because in your heart of hearts you know I'm right, Big J.
No.
You know unequivocally that I'm right. And that's why you get mad. That's why you keep getting loud.
These niggas go to sleep with me on their fucking mind. Look at these niggas in the chat room. You're angry hoe.
Hey, Officer Charles, what are you going to say?
I'm gonna just say this one. I'm gonna just say these two things. Number one, I want to know what the fuck majoring and the minors mean, and then two, what is your real issue with the past? Because I'm like this. Number one, what have you done to make the future better? Because if you don't study, if you don't study the mistakes of the past.
Hey, Mr. Charles in charge. Let me tell you something, Mr. Charles. You know, I might as well just say the same thing.
Hold on, I'm gonna interrupt you because right there, you just disrespected this man. And see, in any other cases, you're getting mad. But see, that's not an opinion. That was a fact that I just spewed. Did I say in Cerulean's opinion, you disrespect? No, what you did was disrespect. That was a fact. And see, but I see you have a problem deciphering between what a fact and an opinion is.
Charles, I was joking with Charles. Charles, what I said was not mean of no disrespect. But the problem
because I took it as you can say something and not mean it's disrespectful, but it can be disrespectful by the person it's pointed towards, correct?
Well, you might have a point there.
So
you have a point.
I haven't been disrespectful to you. Hold up. I haven't been disrespectful to you. Yes.
No.
Hello. I haven't been disrespectful to you, right?
No.
So please do not disrespect me. So I'm just going to treat you like a grown ass man. I expected to be treated like one. Yes, sir. Hello.
Okay. Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
So I'm like this.
Question, sir.
If you got an issue with the past and building, Because you gotta learn from the past. Just like when Antimatter Cerulli talked about the Jewish people. Guess what? What's their number one motto that you hear in Jewish communities all the time?
Never again.
Never again.
Never again.
I already know what.
But guess what? That's part of the strength of the Jewish community.
But at some point, Charles, the problem is we as black people. I mean, I'll tell you like this: as Jewish people, they do talk about the past, but their mind and their mentality is not stuck like black people are still stuck in the past. I want y'all to count all of the minutes we talking about slavery. We talk, but every time we talk about the future, what needs to be done in the future, we go little to none on that.
Yo, the main hold on. Here's the thing, and he doesn't even realize the difference. Jewish men focus on the past when it comes to the Holocaust, just like black men focus on the past when it comes to slavery. The only difference in your mind is one is black and one is white. You don't even realize that shit. The reason why you have a problem with black men doing it is because they're black. You're programmed to look at white men and every motherfucking thing they do as prosperous.
And let's be real about the Jewish community. Let's be real. Stop. We gotta be respectful again. I didn't speak when you spoke, man. I did not speak when you spoke. We gotta be respectful like men. Number one.
Well, Charles, I know that you asking for me for respect or for be disrespectful. Why are you aiming that shit at me then? Go ahead.
But let's take a page out the Jewish handbook, okay? They still speak in their language, Hebrew, right? Right? They still study and write in Hebrew, correct? They still study the Torah, which is thousands of years old, which impacts their present and their future, correct? So a lot of the stuff that when black people look at slave movies, guess what? Well, our mentality should be never again. We should never be put in bondage ever again. Why do you think a movie like Black Panther resonated with so many black people? Because we never saw in the last 30, 40 years a movie about an African king, about a country that's never been conquered, and it's technologically advanced than everywhere else in the world. That's part of moving to the future.
I'm gonna say this again.
It's like they're stopping that.
This again.
Okay.
Yeah. What happened?
Well, if we're gonna say well, slavery was so long ago, then we might as well say the same thing of, say, for instance, the Constitution of the United States. Fuck the Constitution. Every black man should own a fucking gun, whether illegal or legal. Because the Constitution doesn't matter. Because the Constitution happened too long ago. Okay, that's old news. That's out of here.
No, you can't say that because the Constitution.
Why can't we say that?
Why you can't say that? Because some crackers made it. That's why you can't say that. See?
Now let's
get into it. We getting to it.
Let's get to it.
We getting to it. Let's get to it. Let's get to it.
No, and
come on, fam. Everything associated with niggas, you shitting on.
Hey.
Everything associated with niggas, you shitting on, man. I'm just noticing it.
I wanted to ask something. Your guys mentioned Jewish. Look,
no,
Jewish
men on somebody, right?
Jewish men have a code of conduct on how they act and treat each other. Black men, look.
This
here,
nigga.
Can I finish?
This nigga talking about a code of conduct.
Listen. You can't work with people you can't get.
I done fell out of my chair. This nigga talking about a code of conduct.
You brought up the Jewish. You brought up the Jewish people. I'm giving you an example. You brought up the Jewish people. I'm giving you an example and why they work together. How it's effective.
Go ahead. We listening, my nigga. Go ahead.
Men have a code of conduct. That's why they're able to be successful and work together. As far as black men go, you have a divide between black men. You have logical black men who are productive and focused, and then you have these black guys who want to just sag their pants, drink lean, and just smoke weed with no ambition. So it's like until there's a code of conduct and people understand
productive
that.
For who?
What'd you say?
Productive for who?
Or
Each other. How are we going to do business with each other? How are we going to do business with each other if we don't get along?
One logical by whose standard?
So listen, I'm just trying to explain something because you guys don't believe in personal responsibility.
No, that's not true.
That's not true. That's not true.
Nobody's a bigger enemy to me than another black.
It's funny that you brought that up, War. You said that we don't believe in personal responsibility, and that's the furthest thing from the truth. Actually, I advocate for nothing more than personal responsibility. See, is a person that's personally responsible for his community, is he going to cut out the lower echelon of Negroes he doesn't agree with?
No.
No, he's not. Do you know who does do that? People who dodge responsibility.
Exactly.
You see, when you dodge responsibility, you say nonsensical bullshit like, we gotta stop. We gotta stop bailing these single black mothers out. You gotta stop having so many babies out of wedlock. See, whether or not the baby is created, it is still your responsibility.
No, it's not my responsibility. No, it's the mother's responsibility and that father's responsibility.
No, actually,
that's their responsibility. That's not our responsibility. That's the mother's responsibility, and it's the father's responsibility. That's why I don't agree with you on.
No, stop. We are black men.
So it's personal responsibility. You get pregnant, have a baby by a responsible man. Get pregnant by a responsible man. That's not my job.
You're doing what a little boy does, and you're interrupting me.
That's not my job. But don't tell me that I'm responsible for somebody else's kid.
But War.
Look. It's kind of dealing with a lot of you guys, man. It's like having kids in the house, and you tell the kid to go wash the dishes. Well, I didn't mess up those dishes. It should be the person who messed the dishes up.
That's a bullshit analogy. Bullshit analogy. A woman has a baby to a guy. It's not my responsibility.
That's not the order that was given. The order that was given was to wash the fucking dishes.
See, the funny thing about this whole discussion is War just got through having making a statement about how Jewish men have a code of conduct. And during Cerulean speaking, he interrupted him. Now, what I'm trying to figure out is if you know that Jewish men have a code of conduct and that is productive, hold on, Big J, hold on, Big J, because now you're doing it. What am I doing right now, though? So let me finish. I was not the one who brought up the code of conduct. Hold on. I was not the one who brought up the code of conduct. War brought up the code of conduct. And then immediately after he spoke on the code of conduct and how it was productive, he displayed behavior that was contrary to the code of conduct. Hold on, let me say this. Now, I get the fact that you and your constituency don't like me. But here's the thing about it. Regardless of whether you like me or not, logic is logic. And if War really understood, if he really understood that a code of conduct is more productive, he wouldn't be so easily triggered in a discussion.
We don't have a code of conduct. We don't have a code of conduct. I wanted to respond to that, Cerulean.
If you believe that, say, for instance, single black mothers are fucking up the community, does that make it any less your responsibility for upholding your community as a black man, being a member of the black community, in which in all other races of men that a lot of you Negroes, especially you Big J, like to compare us to? That's exactly what they do. They uphold their community no matter who makes the mistakes with them.
Time out. Can I respond? Hey, Big J, can I get this?
Oh, now we want a timeout.
Big J, real quick.
Comparing myself to the white man.
Now we want a timeout, but we don't want to take responsibility for the community. I heard you out of your disgusting gullet actually say a reference to black, these bastard baby makers. And see, That is what boys say.
Okay, can I respond?
Really?
But you don't want to do to give you the respect that a patriarch gets. Which is why a lot of you guys actually get rejected within the community. This is why you have a lot of problems with Pookies and Ray Rays, is because you're really not patriarchs. You have childlike mindsets in which you believe that you can dodge responsibility of upholding your community like every other group of men do.
Okay, can I respond real quick? Look, I wanted to say,
I feel that. Look, now I know what
I have taken a lot of time
like when he was in Parliament telling them about the
rhetoric in which you will not hear 3 words ever come out of my mouth. You will never hear me say the words can't. You will never hear me say the word feel, and you will never hear me say the words believe.
Hey, can I respond? Hey, look, Cerulean. The most important decision a woman will ever make in her life is the kind of father she picks for her kids. It is not nobody's responsibility besides the woman and the man she picks to get pregnant by to take care of that baby.
But
so for you to make it,
you were the man that she was supposed to get pregnant by, right? If you were the man that she was supposed to get pregnant by, yes, don't you think you would have gotten chosen?
Let me finish.
But
listen, when a woman picks a man to get pregnant. When a man to get pregnant by, if she loves her baby, she's gonna pick a good father. The community does not have to help her raise that baby. It's the father and her. You cannot put that responsibility on nobody but her. And
I'm gonna jump into this one real quick because I'm insulted by that shit that he just said. Because there's plenty of times I helped jump in my nephew's life, wrestler's life, and kids who have no blood ties, including my own 10-year-old son.
What about the mom's choices? The mom's choices, the mother's choices. The mother's choices.
If you don't help that child,
pick a good father. Pick a good father.
The mother. Am I talking?
The mother's choices are really dictated by the men's behavior.
A good father.
Hold on. If you're so poor and you're a little boy who likes to dodge responsibility,
pick a good father.
Hold on.
So you're gonna tell me this is the problem?
The mother's choices have nothing to do with that child being brought up and developed.
Yes, she picked the loser.
So because of that, that means the child has to grow up and be a loser as well.
She gotta change her. Ask her choice in life.
Because of that. That means the child. So because of that, that means the child is not entitled to be raised properly.
When are they going to stop picking losers? You're rewarding the mother. Where's the penalty? You're rewarding the mother. She's going to keep picking losers.
You sound like a little boy right now, son.
No responsibility. No responsibility for you.
You sound like a child right now.
You're talking all of this nonsense about personal responsibility.
Angry man.
And this is what the
angry man. You're part of the problem.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Cerulean. Hold on.
How many babies you got? How many babies you got out there? How many babies you got out there? How many babies you got?
First of all, you are Pookie. You are Ray Ray.
You are Pookie. Stop being so goddamn emotional.
Roar. I'm not on child support, dude.
Yes, boy, you on some shit. How many kids you got?
No, I'm not.
How many baby moms you got? How many baby moms you got?
One.
Yeah, right. You're lying, man. Listen, the bottom line is personal responsibility. When a woman picks a father.
Cerulli. Let me ask you a question, Cerulli. Let me ask you a question.
Be fine.
Now, what type of man?
Pick a good father for your kids.
What type of man will tell another man? Will ask another man a question, and then when the man give him an answer, say, "Well, that's not the answer. You're lying."
Why are you defending? Why are you defending losers though? I said pick a good father.
What type of man
pick a good father?
Children do. You're doing what children do.
Simple as that. Because what is the point? What is the point of asking a question if you're going to answer the question for me?
The bottom line is pick good fathers, and the problems will go away.
Bottom line is you're
Good
a
fathers, and the
child.
problem will go
Bottom
away.
line is you're a child.
Good fathers, and the problem will go away. You want excuses.
That's what happens when you
Bottom
got
line
an
is
emotional.
You want excuses, angry man.
What
Pick
you're
good
doing right now,
fathers.
War, is you're making excuses for why
Hey, angry
you
man.
don't want to take responsibility as a
Good
man,
fathers.
and
The
making
problem
all
solved.
the excuses in the world
Problem
for why
solved.
you don't want to take responsibility as a man. You got
Good
all the
fathers.
excuses for that.
Pick good fathers.
So wait a minute.
Okay.
That's an excuse, War.
To be
Good
the
fathers.
patriarch of the neighborhood, right? Being a man, right?
Here is the problem.
Patriarch. You're supposed to be the patriarch, right? The king, right?
Pick good fathers.
Hold on. Here is the problem I have with this conversation. Y'all, neither one of y'all still did not provide a solution.
A solution?
Pick good fathers.
To the damn problem.
To which problem?
The
Which problem? We discussed
Solution is pick good fathers.
Hold on, War. I'm talking to Big J. Which problem are you talking about? We talked about numerous things.
Between you and War, none of y'all, both of y'all, and and everybody who's on your side, everybody else who's following Angry Man, both, four men or three men, yank up one dude, and none of y'all provided a solution to the problem.
I'll give you a solution right now.
Actually, Dave gave you plenty of solutions. You just weren't listening, like you haven't been doing this entire time. You've been too busy trying to interrupt the conversation instead of listening to the solutions.
Hold on. I haven't
Decent black men. Decent productive black men. Decent productive black men, no problem. You pick decent productive black men, no problem. Or you pick
Look, if you were a decent productive black man, you would have been picked, but you're not.
I got multiple chicks. I got multiple. I got females, bro. Don't worry about that.
Hold on for a second. Yo, Big J, hold on for a second. Let me ask Charles something.
Yes, sir.
First and foremost, I have 3 children by one woman that is the product of a 10-year relationship. Charles, how many times have you seen my children on my live stream?
None. I mean, but you talk about them and you basically have them in your life.
Here's the thing about this. War. Every single relationship I've been in, I've raised not only my children, but other children. I'm not part of the problem. I'm actually part of the solution. That's what you really don't get. That's what you really not
listen.
understand.
The bottom line is personal responsibility. You don't talk about that. Telling women to pick good fathers, you won't say that.
Number one. It is bigger. It is bigger. Actually, numerous times in my live streams, I have told young men not to sell drugs. So you don't know what you're talking about.
I apologize. I apologize on that one then. On that one part, I apologize.
Because we just brought up an issue of personal responsibility, and both Big J and War have been deniers and detractors from that responsibility. So
it's not my responsibility.
Them from even speaking on that.
Stop talking over each other.
Hold up, Angry Man, that's a ruling. And I got to say this real quick. Number one, to what Arrows is, I'm nobody's fucking pet. I have a mind of my own, and I'm my own man. Number two, I'm going to say something about this that War brought up. Number one, you call yourself the king of your castle, right? The master of your destiny, correct? So if there's a solution between you and your people, and you have an opportunity to guide the lives of young men who don't have father figures, would that not change your community?
It depends on
the crime in your community. Let's say you started a program to help young men. Let's say you're a welder and you teach young men to weld. Would that not bring an economic stimulus because you just didn't give these men fish, you actually made them fishermen?
Yes, but if they go back home to a dysfunctional house and a dysfunctional mother, what good is my 30 minutes?
But you gave them a functionality that they may not get at their house.
Let me say this. Hold on, let me answer that question. I'll answer that question. War, if you got 10 women out here that are ratchet and they have boys, and you have a program where you're actually instilling in them all of the shit that you're talking right now, as far as personal responsibility, as far as being productive, as far as all of these different things, do you honestly think that that's not going to have a positive effect on those boys?
Well, how is it going to stop the mom from picking losers and making more bastards? When are you going to hold the mother until the mother stops picking losers?
First of all,
you got to start at the root. The mom is picking these. Why is the mom picking losers?
You're focused on the wrong thing.
No, I'm not. That's not the problem. The mom is not picking the dad. Mom is not picking the father.
Yes, you are.
Why would you have to step up if the mom is picking a good dad?
You break the cycle.
Why do you got to step up?
War is a child, man. War is a child.
Clearly.
You guys want to. You guys don't want the responsibility.
No, that's not true.
You're not.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask Ward this question. Let me ask you this question. All right. You said that they keep picking losers, right? All right. You said that. Now, if you had a program mentoring young boys, and you taught, let's say over your entire career, you taught 100 young boys, and they actually went out and were productive, wouldn't that be 100 less losers for women to pick? Wouldn't that make 100 winners? Wouldn't that make 100 winners?
Not if 100 more, not 100 more are being born by dysfunctional moms, but picking loser fathers.
How are they going to pick? How are they going to continue? How are they going to continue to pick losers if we're changing the climate of the men?
The father should be there doing it. The father should be there doing it, not you or nobody else.
But if he's not, listen. But if he's not,
why is it the problem? Why is it all the time?
Listen to what I'm saying. Let me ask you a question. Do you advocate for patriarchy? Do you believe in patriarchy?
I don't subscribe. I don't subscribe to none of that shit. I subscribe to fathers being in the kid's life, and that's it.
That's patriarchy.
You know, that's patriarchy.
All right, let it be that. Let it be that.
Okay,
the fathers should be there.
So guess what? A patriarchy. Guess what? A patriarchy means that patriarchs take care of their community.
No. See. Look. Hold on. Trying to make it seem like.
Let me ask you a question. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. How many white women? Are there more single white mothers than there are single black mothers?
Yes, there are.
Okay. Do they have a welfare program like food stamps, WIC, Section 8, all of those different things? TANF, all of those different. Does that exist?
Yes, it does.
Yes.
That is the white patriarchy taking care of the single mothers in their fucking country.
But look, the choices the mothers are making, the fathers. That's what I'm about. The kind of fathers they're picking. That's what I'm talking about.
But if you want to be part of the change, wouldn't you want to be part of the change in the culture?
What I'm trying to say is, if the father is the right kind of person, they won't need no mentor. They won't need nobody to step in.
So guess what? Maybe we see. This is the point. Hey, War. Let me ask you this question, War. Have you ever been in the military?
No.
I have for 10 years.
That right there is hypocrisy. I'm gonna tell you why.
Everybody got a plan.
White men.
Everybody got a plan. So
America
goes awry.
is no longer a patriarchy. Hold on. America hadn't been a patriarchal nation
Bullshit.
The 70s. So I wish y'all stop saying the white men pay patriarchy.
Bullshit. America is still a patriarchy. Yo, how many?
This is what I was talking about with these dudes.
Big J.
This is what I be talking about with these dudes.
America has not.
I want you guys to listen to this shit carefully.
Hold on. Let me ask Big J a question. Let me ask you a question. Big J, what is the larger percentage of Congress in the House of Representatives? Is the larger percentage women or men?
They're men.
80% men.
Out of all of the freaking presidents we've had, how many have been women?
0%.
Well, let me ask you this: How many five-star generals or admirals have been women?
Hey, Fox. This is my hangout. Allow me to continue where we're about to go at.
Excuse me, you're not talking to me. You're talking to Cerulean.
Wait, hold on.
I didn't say anything.
That was Cerulean.
Oh,
That was Cerulean talking.
You don't even know who you're talking to.
That wasn't Fox. That wasn't Foxfire.
Oh my god. Like, Jesus.
We sound nothing alike. Literally.
Jesus Christ.
No. But I keep on seeing like the green bars keep going up. Never mind. Anyway, you can sit there and say all these presidents are white, or except for one, all 45 of these presidents are men. But yet you ain't taking into account that Ronald Reagan introduced no child, no fault divorce that you Negroes don't sit and talk about. Y'all don't sit there and talk about the dilute police modeling. Y'all ain't talking about
But Big J, you realize that society
Ritalin being fed. No, y'all don't talk about Ritalin and Prozac being fed to young men in elementary school.
I do talk
We
about
talk about that all the time.
I just did a live stream. I just did a live stream the other day. Yo, Big J. I just did a live stream about that the other day, literally.
Right after the Florida shooting on BGX's Hangout, we devoted over an hour to talking about the effect of psychotropic drugs on young men.
As a matter of fact, Big J, you work in the
And I was actually the only one on the panel that actually went so far as to say that the psychotropic drug effect was basically a scapegoat.
No.
Hey, Big J, do you work in the school systems? Do you work in the school system?
Hell no.
I'm sorry. I guess so. I ain't supposed to answer for myself. Thank you,
So, Big J, do you work in the school system?
Thank you for answering for me, sir.
Go ahead.
No. You already.
Was it accurate?
Sir?
Was it accurate?
Big J, I'm asking you a question. It's me and you. It's direct. Do you work in the school system?
No, sir.
I can't hear you, Big J.
Not.
Okay, I've been working with the school system for 15 straight years through coaching and mentorship. I know firsthand about psychotropic drugs, okay? I've got kids off of psychotropic drugs. Be the change that you want to see. I don't talk about it, I be about it, okay? I'm even a police officer in the city of Baltimore.
Here is the issue. Here is the issue here, Charles. Is that every time, most of the time, y'all talking about slavery, y'all talking about these hair hats.
Why not?
Hair hats.
Why not? Tell me one reason not to talk about slavery.
I haven't said anything about a hair-hatted hooligan ever. What are you talking about?
He's talking about one black YouTuber.
He's talking about Tommy. Like, what are you talking about?
I'm not just talking about one black YouTuber. I'm talking about a mindset. I'm really talking. Referring to the mindset.
What are you talking about, my man?
Hey, Big J. You know the day that you had the debate with Cerulean and BGS. The day after that, I literally did a video titled the American Crisis of Manhood, where I literally talked about how boys are being medicated and how the school system is not set up to be conducive to boys learning and how boys and girls should be separated. I literally did a live stream. You know what? I'm starting to think a lot of you niggas just don't like motherfuckers and you don't really look at their content.
Angry man, in fairness to Big J,
you angry man. I'm not even subbed. The last time I was subbed you was before they flagged you.
So how can you tell? How can you tell niggas what they're not talking about if you don't even see them?
I was, but angry man, I wasn't even talking to you. I was talking to Ceridian and Firefox and those people who goes at Big Moore's hangout.
Who's
I'm talking to them.
I go to his hangouts too, man.
Oh,
like, come on, fam.
Who's Ceridian? By the way.
Yeah, and I fail to see what's your critique about those of us that go to BGX's hangout.
I just think it's a hatred thing. Because we jump for one.
that cult of
We just
personality.
you talked about you. I mean, there was a subject matter about men taking care of other kids that biologically aren't theirs. That's black men's MO for years. It takes a village to raise a child. We came up with that shit. I mean,
Yeah, but
No, that's what feminists came up with that. Feminists came up with that.
No, they did
Village,
not.
nobody's
It's
doing
an
that.
African saying.
Take responsibility for your own kids.
Nobody
Take
doing it until
responsibility
you
for
get
your
your
own
facts
kids.
straight. Let me ask you something. Did you play sports?
Say it again.
American male, I know you don't fuck with my content, but I've told you so many times, son, stop rejecting your father. You can always come home, baby. You can always come home.
Hey, hold on one second, fellas. I want to address something with Big J. You said that we have a cult of personality towards BGS.
Yeah,
Where's
they
the
do.
evidence for that?
People
No,
love
hold on, wait,
BGS.
wait, hold on,
BGS
wait,
Cerulean, they're all like a sidekick. BGS is an overgrown baby boomer.
I have not. Wait, no, hold on. I have not been rude.
You know how
I have
many
not been
times
rude.
I've been muted
I was
while
asking Big
War
J a
has been
question.
allowed to run his fucking mouth in
That's your buddy. That's your buddy. He backs you up. You guys back each other up. That's your sidekick.
He backs me up. The
That's your
times that I
sidekick.
got muted were to protect you.
That's your
Not me.
sidekick. You're nothing to me, bro. BGS, you guys are all sidekicks.
Feelings every single time.
Over my feelings. You got a victim mentality.
My phone, you talking like this right now.
You got a victim mentality.
No, you have the victim mentality.
You said that black guys cannot. You said that black guys have no self-control and have to use the guns the government put in the community.
I said you don't have any self-control.
No, you said the drugs that are in the community, the black guys got to pick up and sell because they can't figure nothing else out. That's what you said. That's what you told me. That's a victim mentality. That's a victim. That's a victim mentality.
You're talking as I talk.
Victim mentality.
That's a victim mentality. That's a slave mentality. To interrupt another brother while you're sitting there talking.
You talk about slavery. You talk about slavery. Slavery and how black folks can't do for nothing.
Because in your heart of hearts,
slavery and how black folks can't do something. That's all you talk about.
You know that I'm right.
Slavery and how black folks can't do nothing. That's all you talk about. Nothing else about the future of production. Nothing else.
This is coming from a guy who says he pulls guns.
Or you want to act like a
This is coming from a guy who says he gets quality pussy.
I get quality pussy.
Are you serious right now? Are you being serious?
You're just an old washed up guy. You're an old washed up dude.
Please tell me that you are actually saying a joke right now. Please tell me there's a punchline.
Bottom line is, you like to deflect. You like to move away from the subject matter.
Tell me that there is a punchline to this.
See, you base yourself on that shit.
This is coming from a guy who says he gets quality pussy.
You deflect from silly things. See,
it's just because you spend $1,000 on that top of the line sex doll doesn't make it quality pussy. You know that thing's still been manufactured in Malaysia.
That's how you play games. See,
I like to rephrase that.
Why don't you grow up? Grow up.
That's what they're telling you to do. Why don't you take
you can never discuss serious issues. You bring up pussy and sex. It's also on your mind. Because you don't put
on your mind. That's the reason why you're always talking about, well, they got to choose better fathers. What you're really saying is they got to.
That's important. Better fathers is important.
The that you're not the kind of guy that can be chosen.
Better fathers are important.
There's no woman who thinks
better fathers are important. Better fathers. Why are you attacking the messenger? Don't attack the messenger. Better fathers are important. Why are you disputing that?
Well, I'm saying if you were the messenger, I'd kick you down into the hole just like
Grow up. You guys are immature. You claim to be serious.
No, you're immature.
Why are you trying to argue that?
You're making all of the excuses for why you don't want to take responsibility for your community, and you're trying to blame everything on black women. You're trying to blame everything on women's choices, and that has nothing to do with what being a fucking man is.
5 cents.
That's problem solved. You don't want to deflect and play games.
Exactly. You're running from manhood, and you're using Pookie and Ray Ray as the scapegoat.
Pick good fathers. Pick good fathers. What's so hard?
You're running from manhood.
You're running from manhood. And that's why every woman that's why every woman that looks at you sees a boy and sees a little bitch.
You don't know me. You're deflecting. Look, you're deflecting. You're deflecting. Deflecting.
Why don't you go ahead and clean your room?
You're deflecting. Deflecting. Pick good fathers. See, picking good fathers. You don't want to talk about that. You don't want to talk about that.
Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this war. Be a good father.
What are you talking about? I don't have any kids. You're stupid. I don't have any kids.
You don't have any kids. Then shut the fuck up.
I give my opinion. I give my opinion about dysfunction.
You cannot speak.
I give my opinion about dysfunction.
First of all, let's break down real quick.
You have to break the child.
Good fathers, yes.
Can't speak on it.
Pick good fathers, yes.
Come on, get out of here, man. Pick better fathers in the problem solved.
Well, hold on. Because before you can be a good father, you have to be a good man. And see, the fact that Pookie and Ray Ray got first dibs on that Sharkeisha pussy that you love so much.
I don't fuck the same bitches. We don't fuck the same women, you idiot. Who wants stupid? You're stupid.
You fuck the same bitches.
No, I don't. You're stupid.
Actually, yes, you do.
You're making assumptions. You're making assumptions now. You're making assumptions.
I want you guys to check
quality women. Quality. See, look at you. You're making assumptions.
Interrupting me.
Because you're making assumptions. You don't know what I get. You don't know what I do.
Little Timmy, we're gonna cut this behavior out now.
Look at you. Grow up, man. Just grow up.
Cut this behavior out, little Timmy.
You're just an idiot, bro. Look at you. Grow up, man. You want to deflect. You want to deflect. Better fathers. Better fathers, and you want to make it more complicated.
Here's the thing. If you don't fuck the same men, see, let me explain this way. Go to any Jewish channel, right? Go to any Jewish channel. I challenge any one of you. Go to any Jewish channel. That's on YouTube, anywhere. It doesn't matter. It doesn't even have to be on YouTube. It can be on Vimeo.
I don't know. Look around.
And find me one Jewish man, right, that complains about Pookie and Ray Ray. Whoa. See, go to one white channel, okay? Go to one white channel that it doesn't matter where it's at, and find me one white man that complains about Pookie and Ray Ray. Well, that's not all.
What's the out of wedlock birth rate? What's the out of wedlock birth rate?
Go to Telemundo.
You're going to stop this behavior, Timmy.
You don't want to address it. You don't want to address it.
Stop this behavior right now.
Hey, Laura. Hey, Laura, you don't want to address it.
Right now.
Hey, Laura, you don't want to address it. See, you're
right now.
You're deflecting. The Jewish people don't have an 80% out of wedlock birth rate.
Well,
80% out of wedlock birth rate.
That's what I want to know.
Jewish folks don't have an 80% wedlock birth rate.
Little Timmy, you're gonna listen to this now.
Grow up, man. You grow up, bro. Be real and grow up. You're making the analogy is bullshit.
Bro.
I got one thing to say. I pull hamstrings.
Bro, I'm not your fucking bro, okay?
Your analogy is bullshit. Grow up then. Grow up. Analogy is bullshit.
Like every man to a son does. Now,
your analogy is bullshit. You're no type of father.
You go and find any Asian channel, doesn't matter where it's at, and tell me where the Asian man complains about Pookie and Ray Ray. See, if you do not fuck the
they don't have a crime problem. The crime problem isn't that. They don't have a crime problem.
Men who do not fuck the same women do not complain about other men who he does not.
They don't have a crime problem.
But because you have a crime problem like that's like the Pookie and Ray Ray are the bane of your existence. You only have a problem with women's choices, and that has nothing to do with what being a man is about. See, if you were a good man, in order to be a good father, you have to be a good man. And the fact that you have so many complaints about women who you supposedly do not share women with, or other men you do not share women with, only is evidence that you were not good men.
The kids are affected by the mother's choices. The kids are affected.
One thing that a good man never does
mom's choices
is dodge the responsibility or scapegoat others. in that responsibility. And that responsibility is, of course, upholding your community. It doesn't matter who the fuck.
But yes, it is. The children
It does not. Now you need to stop that bullshit because first of all, there's plenty of men. There's plenty of honorable men.
The children are affected by the mom's choices.
Guess what? Then why not change? Then why not pick the child up?
The mom should pick a good dad. The mom picks a good dad. The mom should pick a good father.
What if the dad died? What if the dad's away? So you're gonna tell me?
That's an exception.
So you're gonna tell me?
Look how you're disgracing
What if she divorced?
right here on this channel.
What if she divorced and you met her? So you telling me you're not gonna date this woman that you're in love with and accept her child? That's bullshit. So you telling me? By the way. I mean, we all pull dogs and hamstrings. I understand that. But guess what? You telling me you won't look out for children who are starving out there in the street? You wouldn't. You would just go past a hungry child. That's what you're telling me.
That's an extreme example.
That's not an extreme example because we got a lot of hungry people out there. That's actually reality, kid.
Talking about picking good fathers for your kids. The kids are affected by that. When a mom picks a bad father, the kid suffers.
Guess what? They are. But guess what? The kid never asked to be here.
Because the mom picked a bad man.
You just want to
people are suffering. No. I'm gonna respond to that.
Many black kids grow up. Millions of black kids grow up without their father.
Well, see, Charles.
Can we stop talking over each other?
Hey, Charles.
Problem is this, y'all.
Hey, Charles. You know what the issue is, Charles? Hold on. Let me just add this. Let me just add this, man. Let me just add this, fam. Let me just add this. See, it's with war, it's not about the well-being of the child. It's about the mother because he wants to punish the mother.
Yeah, he has a misogynistic attitude. You know why? Because guess what?
The kids are being punished. The kids being punished because mom's choices.
Guess what?
The mom got to pick a good father. The mom's got to pick a good father.
I'm a better man than that to punish a child. I'm a better man than that to punish a child. I don't punish children.
Man in your community.
Pick a decent black father.
I'm a decent black man and a black father. I don't punish children.
Nobody talks about. So for someone who loves to bring up personal responsibility, I want to know what someone else's choices have to fuck to do with you as a man. What the fuck does that?
Pick a good father, problem solved.
Man, in your personal responsibility. Because
the father's responsibility and the mother's responsibility.
You're gonna lose your own logic against you because you got personal responsibility. Now, if it's personal responsibility, it's dysfunctional to talk about people who are not a part of your personal life.
Kids are being affected. Kids are being affected by the mom's choices. The mom's choices are affecting the kids. How many black kids are growing up without fathers that are affected?
What I think is happening here is that you were affected by your mother's choices.
Right now. Everybody shut up.
See, this is the fucked up part.
Shut up for me. Hold on. Here is the problem. Y'all have tunnel vision because there are a lot of channels like Angry MGTOW. There are other white channels like Angry MGTOW and all these white guys and all these Asian guys who talking about how Asian women be doing some fucked up shit, picking their little versions of Kim and Cheeton, and you have Mexican Hispanic women picking Jose and fucking up. So Dookie
much emotion.
The only group of people.
So much emotion, not enough logic.
The only group of people who's going this problem. Come on now.
But see, in the Mexican community, in the Jewish community, in the white community, and so forth, and what have you, those are their fucking problems. And as men, they are addressing their problems. Now, look, what we're doing here
the black community
is we're telling you, Negro, that you need to step the fuck up or shut the fuck up.
No. Pick good fathers. Pick good fathers. Pick good fathers for your kids. Good fathers. That's what you got to do.
When we tell you to shut the fuck up or step up,
you pick good fathers and you shut the fuck up.
You choose to do this. You do this.
See,
all the deflecting. You want to deflect. You don't want to be a man. You want
Black
Pick
men
good fathers. Pick good fathers.
Hey, I'm right now.
You just want to sit there on
You want a bunch. You
Hold on. I'm going to say
you just want a bunch of guys that are going to clean up the mess of these
hoes.
hoes.
I want to say this
Hey,
right now.
well, I mean, if you're a fucking dishwasher, wash the fucking dishwasher.
Pick good fathers. Pick good fathers. Deflect all you want, man.
That's why he wants to.
Pick good fathers.
That's why he wants to. That's why he doesn't want. See, here's the thing. He doesn't want to help the children because he knows if he hurts the children, he can hurt the mother.
By picking good fathers.
She wouldn't give him no pussy. That's why he mad at the
children
mama.
by picking good fathers.
That's why he mad at the mama.
Yeah.
That's why
You pick good fathers and the kid is fine.
He mad because the mama. He mad because the mama had a kid with Ray Ray instead of him. That's what it is.
I don't chase the same pussy, man. You're stupid. You're talking stupid now.
No, you pull hamstring.
Yeah, you do.
Base your confidence off the pussy.
I would have no complaints about pussy. He's not chasing.
Good fathers, and that's it.
Everybody.
Yeah, you do. A motherfucker ain't gonna complain about Burger King unless he eat at Burger King.
Kids are being affected. Kids are being affected by the mother's choices. Children are being affected by the mother's choices. When the father's not around because the father was a bad person, the kid's affected. When the mother picks a father, when have you ever seen a rich motherfucker who eats in 5-star restaurants complaining about Burger King? A 70% out of wedlock birth rate's a problem.
Answer that question. Answer that question.
Here's the question. Here's the answer with that statement. That does not mean the fathers are not in those children's lives either.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said out of wedlock. I said pick better fathers.
Does marriage really mean morality?
Look at the high school dropout rate. Look at the issues within the family. Okay.
No. Answer the damn question.
The lives of these children. If
you can't put together
these problems would not exist.
Sentences that make a paragraph talking about look at the high school dropout rate.
Look, this how stupid these niggas is. This nigga said, "Who cares about Burger King?" You don't even know what a fucking analogy is. You dumb motherfucker.
Bottom line is pick good fathers. That's all I said. And you want to make it. You want to make it something different.
War.
Nobody else's kids.
Listen to me, War. War.
Yeah, you say what you could.
You're not that kind. You were not raised like that.
Grow up. Hey, just grow up, man. Seriously,
just
grow up, man.
You're a dishwasher.
See, this is how you attack the messenger. You deflect by attacking the messenger. You don't have no serious.
You don't even have kids, man. So you don't even know how it feels to raise a
You
kid.
can't be serious. So you just want to make little jokes with a kid. A bunch of kids. And these are the guys and people give you guys money. People give you guys money. You grow up, man. Grow up. You have no solution for nobody. You guys are just a bunch of kids, man.
Now we're getting to the real issue. Now we're getting to the real issue.
Grow up. I said pick good fathers, and you want to make a joke out of this.
Now we getting to
pick good fathers, you make a joke out of this.
Now we getting to the real issue.
I said pick fathers.
Y'all, let's slow this down a bit.
And you guys
I'm right now. Hold on.
Some of the kids are without fathers because the mom didn't pick a good father.
Okay, go ahead, War. Go ahead, take the rest of the off. You know.
Do you know how many?
We'll pass on the dishwashing shift on to the next. Go ahead.
Kids. How can you be serious with guys like this? Just pick a bunch of kids. Picking a good father is the most important thing ever.
Just pick good fathers.
That's the bottom line. See, look at you guys.
Take the rest of the day off. Take the rest of the day off, War.
I'm gonna say this right now. Hold on. I'm going to say this right now.
Grow up, Cerulean.
Damn, War. If I would have known your dad didn't do what he needed to do for you.
My dad raised me very well. My dad raised me very well. My mom and my dad raised me very well. My mom picked a good man. My mom picked a man. That's why I love her. My mom picked a great man.
They birthed the idiot.
My mom picked a great man.
You adopted.
So that's not my problem.
Well, they birthed a moron. So that is a problem.
Why don't you grow up, man, and talk about black folks doing what they got to do to be productive and not make excuses? How about that?
Let's talk about why you got that picture for your icon. Let's talk about that.
So let's talk
you know what? I saw it on
on Google, so I just downloaded it. I downloaded it.
Wait a minute. You got a picture of a soldier. You never been one?
What did you say?
You got a picture of a soldier,
man. Stolen valor, man. That's your name.
Look,
from
the
now
bottom
on.
line is, see, you guys want to deflect. First one from picking good fathers, now you want to deflect.
Hey, let's talk facts.
Good fathers for your kids. That's what it's about.
Let's talk facts. The Ruby Gray. Have you served your country in a time of conflict?
You
like to deflect. Picking good fathers and decent black men, you don't want to talk about that.
No, we talk about it.
You rather born Officer Charles, you rather from the truth right here, Officer Charles, instead of addressing it. Okay, we can talk.
I'll address something about good fathers.
Charles,
this is a good father.
How about the corruption of Baltimore police?
No. You asked me a question.
Corrupt Baltimore police.
Okay.
How about the corruption? Corrupt Baltimore police.
Not Memorex, kid.
Oh, look, corruption in Baltimore Police Department. Let's talk about
there's corruption in every police
department. Let's
talk about
corruption in the Baltimore Police Department.
Don't represent the whole department.
Listen, you guys, until you can address your crooked cops. If you address address your corrupted cops.
Let's talk about good fathers. Something that you're not even a father yet, so you can't even talk about the subject.
It's about fathers.
Of which you actually know something.
Corrupt cops. Address the corrupt cops in Baltimore.
Address the fathers.
Oh, I can address that too, but we gotta address the first shit first. Number one,
picking good fathers.
I'm talking.
Picking good fathers. That's what it's about.
Shut the fuck up. Grown men are talking.
Nah. You shut the fuck up. You shut the fuck up.
When somebody cuts you the fuck out. Now shut the fuck up.
Your mother didn't pick a good father.
You ain't gonna do shit. Don't fuck me, pussy. Don't
fuck me. Ask me a question. I'm gonna answer it, motherfucker.
Don't tell me to shut the fuck up.
I'm gonna tell you to shut the fuck up again.
Nah, you shut up, pussy.
You want a 3-piece and a biscuit? Shut the fuck up.
Look, man, you're just a corrupt cop.
Motherfucker. Damn.
You're a corrupt cop trying to compensate for your short height. How tall are you? About 5'3"? I'm 6'5". I'll beat your ass. You ain't shit.
You really think you gonna beat my ass, you effeminate bitch? You really think so? You really think you're gonna beat my ass? I'm 5'10", 270. I'll beat your ass in the ground like a tennis spike.
Man, listen, man.
You're like 5'3". I'm already beating you with intellect, you emotional bitch.
You're like 5'3". A corrupt cop from Baltimore. You ain't shit.
Beat your chest, gorilla. Okay, Donkey Kong. Like I'm scared of that shit.
You can't tell me shit. Address the corrupt cops in Baltimore.
I'm gonna tell you something about me. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Officer Charles Lawrence Faulkner Jr. I make a career out of bitching motherfuckers like you.
A corrupt cop. You're a corrupt cop. That's
I'm not corrupt as shit. I actually serve with distinction, motherfucker. I'm not gonna go down to your level because you're a corrupt cop, gorilla. And guess what? Take your ass back to the mist, motherfucker.
You're a corrupt cop and a fucking drunk. You're drunk and a corrupt cop, Charles.
And you're a guy who can't get pussy because you pull hamstrings.
And you're a corrupt cop. See, you base your confidence on pussy. You base your confidence on pussy. I get pussy whenever I want. You base your confidence on that shit. You're a corrupt cop. You're drunk too.
Charles, that's not a gorilla. I'm start calling him War Parrot.
Hey, listen, Charles. You're drunk, Charles, and you're a corrupt cop.
It's about the gorilla. It's about the gorilla.
Charles is a corrupt cop and a drunk. You can't even know about it. You address Baltimore police corruption. I'll agree with. I'll hear you out.
How I know your father failed you because you emotional.
You're a corrupt cop. You're attacking me. You're attacking me. You're attacking me.
Now I'm dog you the fuck out.
I'll beat your ass. You attacking me? I'm attacking back.
Pussy, take bitch.
I'm coming right back at you. You corrupt drunk. You fucking drunk.
At least I got a job, bitch.
Put the bottle down.
Put the
bottle down.
At least I can afford a bottle, you bitch.
Put the bottle down, you drunk. You drunk cop. You drunk cop.
Stolen valor, bitch.
You drunk cop.
Was the war against you and that fucking
chili. You fucking drunk, bitch. You drunk ass cop. Fucking corrupt ass motherfucker.
You cry baby bitch. Shut up.
You can't beat me. You can't beat me. You pussy. You fucking address the corruption.
You mad because Tamika didn't give you pussy in the 11th grade. That's all.
You basing your confidence on pussy. You base your confidence on pussy. How old are you? How old are you? Grow up, man. Grow up. Grow up. How who was you serious? A corrupt cop.
Magilla,
I was telling respectfully.
Cop was a
Magilla, you
drunk.
apologize this instant, Magilla.
Cop and a drunk.
You stop it,
Cerulean, listen, you're just another victim. Cerulean's a victim. Cerulean's a victim who wants a bunch of bastard babies and you're gonna take care of them.
Magilla, stop it.
You want somebody to take care of bastard babies.
I mean, we understand that you're the world's first test tube baby. Okay?
I'm about to cut.
We know you're the world's first test tube baby. You're a celebrity, nigga.
Corrupt cop. The corrupt cop is talking. The corrupt cop is talking.
Real picture on, bitch.
Corrupt cop is talking.
Stop writing.
Corrupt cop is talking.
Is it live or Memorex, bitch?
Corrupt cop is talking.
Oh, you're gonna talk about my career when I actually saved young black men on a daily
Corrupt cop is talking.
Oh,
Corrupt cop is talking. Address the corruption. Address the corruption.
We're not talking about corruption. We're talking about manhood. I'm gonna talk about corruption, all right?
A man is not corrupt. A man
We're
is
talking
corrupt.
about a subject you don't know about. It's called manhood, bitch.
Shut up, y'all. Shut up. Here is the
Boy, you need to take your tampon off, right?
You're a corrupt cop.
That'll beat your ass.
Put the bottle down.
Conversation.
Put the bottle down.
This conversation. No, shut up.
I'm like this. You need a bottle, nigga. That's the only way you'll get pussy.
Put the bottle.
You can get those girls a bottle.
Put down the bottle. Drunk. You fucking drunk. Put down that bottle.
Bitch.
You corrupt ass cop. Address the corruption of Baltimore PD.
It's all about the fathers. It's all about the fathers.
Exactly.
You're not even a father.
You don't even know that.
You know better than
You don't even know about that. This drunk cop on here.
Bitch ass.
Drunk cop. A corrupt cop. Trying to give me advice.
Oh, at least
Advice for corrupt cops in Baltimore PD.
Rock. It's all about the fathers. Rock. It's all about the fathers. It's all about the
I'm gonna make a
fathers.
joke. Grow up, man. Grow up. That's a serious issue. Fathers are important.
Father.
Grow up.
Pick a better
Grow
father.
up.
Pick
Exactly.
a better father.
Pick a better father. Pick a better.
Oh my god.
Oh my God, you a fucking hilarious war. You like the gift that just keeps on giving.
I am not. I have to mute a whole bunch of you niggas because whole y'all don't know anything about the quorum. Sit here and say this shit. Shut up. I'm talking. Let me say this shit right now. This conversation, ladies and gentlemen, who's in the chat room, let me tell you this right now. I'm going to repeat what Black Norris said. Black dumb and black women knows it, and that's why you got a swollen movement. That's why black men because of bullshit like this. That's the fucking truth. And y'all supposed to be have this manosphere. You Negroes supposed to have this manosphere. This Negro man. No concept.
No. Hold on. Big J. Hold on. Big J. The Negro. I gotta clarify this again. The Negro Manosphere is a website. You're talking about the Black Manosphere. They're two different things, bro. They're two different things. All right. Talking about the Black Manosphere. And by the way, I don't know if you noticed, but this type of shit don't happen on other hangouts, bro.
Big J, I also would like to say that it was fairly calm until War decided to come with the ad hominems and non sequiturs.
True. Facts.
Well, that may be true.
Jay, that I not actually respectful. Was I not respectful? Even the war.
First, I'm no friend of War's story. But at the same time, the way how y'all read the Mingos showed up on trying to defend BIGJXXX on his hangout.
Nobody I never even said anything about BGS one time. So don't put words in my mouth, please. Don't put words in my mouth, please.
Every time I mention BGS.
Oh.
Good or bad, y'all show up.
Well,
I showed up the last time because you asked me to.
Well, actually, I actually came on that last time because
if I say something negative about BGS,
or did you forget the last hangout where you said, "I want Cerulean Gray to come on here. Cerulean Gray, come on here so I can give you this work." Did you remember that?
Ceridian was talking a lot of shit. You was talking room. Now what? You was talking all that. You talking all that cash ass shit. And
I was respectful. I was respectful when I came on here. I
gave you
the situation.
Or some of the
I brought up the situation in Chicago, and from that point forward, nobody wanted to address it, so they just started deflecting. That's what I have a problem.
Or I will address that. I don't have a problem with that.
I'm gonna ask you one more time. Can I actually you address it by yourself?
Sure,
okay?
fine.
The argument was that the government is dumping drugs and guns in Chicago, and they're basically saying that it's the government's fault and not the black guy's fault for picking that up. So are they saying that black men have no self-control?
No, what they're saying is that when you are an out group who is pushed to the margins of society, that you automatically, when you have to choose between criminality or starving, you're already predisposed to engage in criminal behavior.
I'll respond. Listen.
Wait. I have not finished making my point.
All right.
We want to be respectful to each other, correct?
Sure.
Okay, great. And so what I'm saying is, just like the Irish, Italians, and Jews that everybody lauds at the turn of the 20th century, they were all engaged in organized crime. They were all engaged in bootlegging, and they were all engaged in murder for hire. The difference is they were able to get accepted as white. The difference is that we turned over the fire department to the Italians, and we turned over the police department to the Irish. And so when you have out-group status, you're automatically going to be engaging in things that are illegal because those are your only outlets. Case in point, Pakistanis do very well here in America. They own businesses. They do all kinds of things. They are treated in the UK. In the UK, they are an out group, similarly to the Koreans. Here, Koreans are a model minority. In Japan, they join the Yakuza. Why? Because I'm going to finish this point, and then you can go ahead. Why? Because they are an out group. And so when you push people to the margins of society, you then can't look down on them if a certain percentage of them decide to engage in criminal behavior. Feel free to retort.
Okay, America is a first world country where there's so many opportunities available for anybody who wants to apply themselves. If you have a criminal record, you can go out and become any type of construction worker to make a living. You do not have to pick up a gun and kill your brother that the government puts there. Secondly, you don't got to pick up drugs and sell them to your own people if you love your people. Listen, poverty in America is not the same as poverty in third world countries. That's backbreaking poverty. Poverty here in America is like second class. First class in many African countries. So listen, this government will provide you with certain things, food, housing, and shelter if you come on hard times. The bottom line is those are excuses. Black men should not be picking those guns up in Chicago if the government puts them there. Black men should not pick up those drugs. Those are excuses that I hate because the Democrat Party wants us to be victims and talk like we can't help ourselves. We have control over our own actions. We don't need no excuses for why we do what we do. Pookie and Ray Ray are selling drugs and shooting people because people defend them. You got these liberals who are going to give him an argument. Well, he's poor, he's disenfranchised. That's why he's killing his black brother. And I'm not going to buy that argument.
Okay, now may I respond?
Now, hold on 1 second, Cerulean. You brought up the issue of Chicago. What has been one of the largest legacies of black people in Chicago? It has been discriminatory housing. It has been a police department, which has terrorized them. If you look at somebody like John Birch, who was indicted here recently for beating confessions out of innocent black men. Now you put Chicago on the table. Let's address it. So
Chicago is Democrat run. Chicago's been Democrat run for.
Who's talking about a political party?
Because that's who controls the police. That controls the township, the police.
I don't think you know.
So when you talk about discrimination,
your politics work. Let's stick with the issue that you brought up. Foxfire, please.
Yeah. Hold on. What'd you say? What did you say?
He said, "Let's stick to the issues." Now, calm down.
No, about what?
About Chicago.
You are not equipped to even speak on those issues because you think that a political party controls
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. That's not what I said. Don't twist what I just said. He just told me that the history of Chicago was discriminatory, and I said the Democrat Party controls Chicago. That's all I said. So that's what I said. So don't twist the word.
Are you saying that the Democrat Party is a private corporation that owns property?
Yes, man, you're complicating shit. You're complicating dumb shit. The bottom line is this.
No, it's really just this simple. The Democratic Party does not own the housing that it discriminates against its citizens. So this is what I mean. You're not equipped for this conversation.
We're talking about opportunities, though. Opportunity. You're trying to change the subject. You're changing the subject now. You're changing the subject. Yes, you are. You're changing the subject. We're talking about first world country and opportunity.
Talking about the subject. That's not changing the subject.
He's changing it. Yes, he is. He's changing it.
He's talking about the subject.
No, he's not. He's going into political. He's going into the Democrat Party and politics. You're changing the subject.
Mentally retarded.
Let me change the subject.
So matter of fact, we're gonna bring up a few things War spoke about. We're gonna bring up a few things War spoke about, and I'm gonna answer them very, very, very bluntly.
War's a fucking retard.
Your mom is and your bitch ass is.
Fucking retard, man.
He wants to talk about corruption, right? He wants to talk about corruption and other things. A department he knows nothing about.
I know he's gonna corrupt.
6 officers doing wrong does not reflect
I can pull up a bunch of articles about years and years and years of corruption.
But guess what? You could also bring up many 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times the articles of officers saving people's lives.
Nah, but
you don't do that because it doesn't fit the narrative. Stop it.
Corruption, no excuse.
Doesn't do that because it doesn't fit
excuse
the
for
narrative.
corruption. No excuse for corruption.
Let's talk about corruption because you mentioned.
But let's also talk about how a guy who got a picture of a soldier never served, which is insulting.
You're attacking the messenger.
I'm not trying to deflect. I came at you with the question. I came at you.
Why are you
I came at you so I can answer it all. Those 6 officers are already indicted.
Be an adult. Don't attack the messenger.
Are indicted.
Address the issue.
So we're going to talk about this emotional guy who doesn't need a drink because I swear to God it might be even worse. We're going to talk about this emotional guy. We're going to talk about this emotional guy who does not know about the world around him.
Hello, Charles. Let me ask him a question. So if you're saying that the police department is corrupt, would that mean that the black people that got beat up or something like that, would that make them victims?
Those black folks were involved in bad criminal behavior. They get what they deserve.
No, I'm not talking about that.
But why would you want
that? I'm not talking about that. Hold on. Let me ask him this.
You're changing the subject now. You're changing the subject.
Let me ask you this.
We're still dealing with corruption, nigga.
Let me ask you this. You're talking about corruption. You're talking about corruption.
No, we're not. We're talking. I asked that guy
corruption. You were talking about corruption.
The first question was to that guy about Chicago's drug problem and the guns. And then he moved on to, he said, disenfranchised in Detroit and Chicago. And we talked about that. And it was,
I never brought up Detroit. No, you're lying.
No, you brought up Chicago. You brought up Chicago. At that point, we stopped.
No, you brought up Chicago. I addressed it. You just said I brought up Detroit, which is a falsehood. I talked about outgroup status, and I gave several reference points, which you are clearly not equipped to address.
And I said this is the first world country. This is the first world country. There's no reason to as an excuse. As an excuse why black folks have to sell drugs.
Are you saying that there are not outgroups in first world countries?
What I said was that there's no excuse for black men to pick up guns. That's what you said. You said that excuse black guys picking up guns. You said that because they're poor, right?
No, I said because not just because they're poor, but because they have outgroup status.
I think you're giving an excuse. That's an excuse. Why they're going to kill another black man and why they're going to sell drugs.
Hold on, McGilla. Let's because you're trying to gloss over something bigger. That's really a part of a bigger conversation of what you're getting. You said that we live in a first world country. So and then you wanted to bring up corruption. So tell me, how corrupt does a country have to be, first world or not, that you would actually have these conditions in the same first world country? So the first world,
Baltimore is 80%. Black city. The police is black. Most of the folks are black, so it's corrupt.
No, it's not. There's majority whites in our police department. Get your shit together.
Hear this out. I can guarantee you this. Go to Chicago, go to Baltimore, go to all these different dysfunctional areas. One thing's in common. The people don't believe in personal responsibility.
So, do the people in Kentucky who are all on have some of the highest rates of being on the social system? Do they believe?
Are they killing each other? Are they killing each
Yes,
other?
they are.
Are they forming gangs?
Yes, they are.
Yes, they are.
They are killing themselves.
87% of white people kill each other. 87% of white people kill each other.
8 times the rate?
87.
Black men kill each other 8 times the rate white men kill each other.
No, it's
Black
not
men kill each other 8 times.
There's more. There's almost 150 million white people.
8 times. No, look, I said 8 times the rate black men kill each other compared to white men in America.
They don't. There's more white people to do it.
I can pull that up for you. Black men kill each other 8 times the rate white men kill each other.
If you're in Iowa, which has 2% black people, who are the homicides committed by?
You're trying to excuse dysfunction.
I'm not making an excuse. I'm giving you proof. What about in Japan when the Yakuza commits crimes and kill people?
See, look, you gotta look. You always gotta deflect.
Hold on. Charles. Do you ever notice that every last one of these niggas who want to talk shit about other black men, they love to defend other racial groups? Have you ever noticed?
I noticed that.
I don't bring races in.
Angry Man.
Why bring other races in?
Here it is, Angry Man. Hey, Angry Man. Here it is. Here's something special. Here it is. This nigga gonna tell me about my
intellectually dishonest. No. Y'all are being intellectually dishonest on that bullshit.
Who's being intellectually dishonest?
No, hold on. You're talking about black men. You're talking about Americans. So if it's American on American violence, is it black men that have the fucking problem, or is it America that has the fucking problem?
Black men have the problem. It's black men doing it. It's black men.
More deplorable.
It's black men doing it. It's black men's problem. It's black men's problem.
Hold on, I gotta ask Big J. Hold on, I gotta ask Big J a question. Hold on, I gotta ask Big J a question. How am I being intellectually dishonest? Please explain.
Because you accused me because when you were talking the war story, I seemed to believe, man, you try to stick this me and say I'm putting white people because agreement with war stories comment, but yet it was you who brought white people first, other races of people into the conversation.
Whenever, first of all, number one, I don't.
Hold on,
Big J. First of all, Big J. I came into the chat room, said something. You asked me to come on the panel. I came on the panel. I don't sneak this. I directly speak to people. That's number one. Secondly, I brought up white people because whenever we talk about black on black crime, it is always in comparison to white people.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Why?
Yes,
we don't got to talk about white people. We don't got to talk about white people.
When you start talking about statistics, hold on. When you start talking about, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. If you take dirty water and you say this water is dirty, what are you comparing it to? You comparing it to clean water, right? So if you're saying that black men kill themselves at a higher rate, higher than what? You see? Higher than what?
See, and that's the fundamental.
Murder rate is so high that black men cannot trust each other as a result.
You can't trust black men because you tired of getting your ass whooped by Pookie and Ray Ray.
I beat motherfuckers up. I'm 6'4". I'm 6'5". Man, nobody can beat my ass. Look at your dumb ass. You're on your bullshit. I knock out motherfuckers I knock your dumb ass out. You ain't gonna do shit, man. You talk dumb, man. You talk dumb.
Men who knock people out don't talk like you do.
You just talk dumb, bro. Address it.
Don't talk.
Do shit.
Interesting thing.
My hands are too good. I was addressing the issue, and you want to bring the dumb shit up. See,
grown men who command respect do not talk like you.
Look at you. Look how you talk. Look at you. Same for you.
Period. Notice how when I put bass in my voice. Notice how when I put bass in my voice, you get silent. Exactly,
bro. You're a pussy. I'll beat your ass.
I know you get silent. Notice how you get silent. Notice how you getting quiet. Notice how you getting quiet right now. Notice how you getting quiet right now. Notice how you getting quiet right now.
Nobody's scared of you, bro.
When was the last time you knocked somebody out? When was the last time you knocked somebody out, nigga?
Deflecting. You're deflecting.
When was the last time you knocked somebody out? When was the last time you knocked somebody out?
Nobody fucks with me.
When was the last time?
Nobody fucks with me.
When was the last time you knocked somebody out? When was the last time?
Nobody fucks with me. I'm 6'5". Nobody fucks with me.
When was the last time?
I'm 6'5". Nobody fucks with me.
When was the last time?
Nobody fucks with me. I'm 6'5". I beat a motherfucker up 5 years ago.
When was the last time?
5 years ago.
What was his name?
Come on, man. You acting dumb. You would grow up, man.
You ain't knocking nobody.
We talking serious? Black on black crime. And you want to talk about dumb shit.
What was his name?
Black on black crime. You want to talk about dumb shit. Let's talk a serious.
What was his name? Where did you fight him at? Where did you fight him at?
Y'all going kid.
What was his name and where did you fight him at? Exactly. Exactly.
Don't ask men.
Exactly. The reason why you don't like Ray Ray and Pookie. The reason why you don't like Ray Ray and Pookie. The reason why you don't like Ray Ray and Pookie because they terrorize you your whole life, you bitch ass nigga.
So nobody ever fuck with me, bro.
Shut up, nigga. That's why you don't like me.
You don't understand that. You don't understand that.
I remind you of a nigga who used to terrorize. That's why you are Pookie. That's why you don't like me. I damn sure am.
You are Pookie.
And I used to fuck you up.
And I used to fuck you up. I beat you motherfuckers up. I told you, you're only like 5'5", man.
Listen
you're like 5'5", 5'11". I beat your ass.
Listen to you.
I beat your ass.
I used to beat you up and fuck your girl.
Look at you. You're talking dumb now. Look at him talking dumb. Deflecting.
I used to
talking. Look, he goes back to women. He goes back to women.
I goes back to get the girl when you did.
A grown ass man.
Always get the girl when you did.
His confidence on women.
What was her name? What was her name? What was the name of the chick I took from you? What was the name of the chick I took from you? What was the name of the chick? What was the name of the chick that broke your heart?
That fucking gutter pussy. That gutter pussy you get. That gutter pussy. Nobody with a gutter pussy. Grow up, man.
What was her name? What was her name? I bet you
His
cried yourself to
His
sleep.
confidence is so low. He bases his confidence on pussy.
I bet you cried. I bet
He
you
bases his
cried.
confidence on pussy.
I bet you cried. Didn't you, nigga?
My man played at Jeffrey Osborne. Where did we go wrong?
You would too if you got pussy. You would too if you got pussy.
Base your confidence on this shit. This is why black guys are fucked up. What
too.
kind of kids you got? What kind of kids you gonna raise nigga like this? Are you gonna tell your son this type of shit?
Look at you.
You gonna tell your son? You're your father.
You can't tell your son nothing. Ain't no woman gonna give you a son. You can't tell your son nothing because ain't no woman gonna give you one. You can't tell your son nothing.
Base your confidence on pussy.
Angry man.
You ain't shit. That's why guys end up on child support like you. Guys end up with all these kids they can't take care of.
Y'all, this nigga
pussy. How about money? How about you get a nice fly home?
Angry man.
This is a psycho session for this nigga.
When he can say whatever random shit
Confidence is based on pussy. Confidence is based on pussy. You guys are weak ass punks.
This nigga's been violating all fucking day. Ain't been muted once. Nigga.
Ain't been muted not one time.
You guys are basing your confidence on pussy. Why?
Not one time.
I base confidence on pussy.
Because we get
no. Actually, you are basing your confidence on pussy.
Exactly.
Exactly. That's why you said you would base your. I pull dimes. I just quality pussy because you base your.
I pull dimes.
Exactly.
Nigga, the only thing you pull a hamstring.
Exactly.
Black
men
always deflecting. Want to deflect from the issue. Address the issue.
Already did.
Actually, I did address the issue. The issue is null and void because when we're talking about
stick and not the head on their shoulders in this conversation,
address the fact that you're so fucking sensitive. Let's address the fact that you can't speak without being emotional.
Nah. I tell my mind. You attack me, I attack you back.
Here's the fundamental problem. When you are talking about black on black violence, you are talking about American on American violence. And
No, I'm not. You're trying to avoid the issue. You don't want to address the issues. That's why.
I already addressed it.
Address the issue. It was an excuse.
Gave you a clear picture. And you just tried.
No.
It was an excuse.
Let's address black on black violence. Let's address the fact that the government is an accomplice to that shit, right?
Okay.
Let's address the government for years as an accomplishment to this shit, right?
So
let's
we
address
have
the fact that they put us in positions where we couldn't get out of for years. Let's talk about redlining, which still goes on in Baltimore, where the government influences it. Let's talk about that.
They don't know what influences it because they think the problems that the Negro has created for himself. Because these Negroes don't understand how a fucking city works. And if they don't understand how something as small as the city works, they can't possibly know how a fucking country works.
Personal responsibility. Personal responsibility. Take control of your actions.
What was her name, War? What was her name?
Personal responsibility.
What was the name of the
Take
chick
control of your
I took
actions.
from? What was the name of the chick, War? What was her name?
Personal responsibility.
What was her name, War?
Take control of your actions.
What was her name, War?
And I'm gonna put the nail in this.
Her name was Paulina.
Grow up, angry man. You're supposed to be a father, man. You're supposed to be a father, and you're basing your confidence on pussy.
I am. I'm your father.
Grow up and stop basing your confidence on pussy.
I'm your father right now.
Don't need to hear that.
Father right now, son.
No, you're not. My dad is way better than you.
I'm schooling you right now, son.
Actually, he wants this because he doesn't really want the answer.
Act like a good father for your kid, man. Nobody want to hear you base confidence on pussy.
He doesn't.
He bakes.
Man, y'all gotta just grow up, man. And when you want to address some serious shit, just be real with it. Don't be bullshit with these silly ass games, man.
You ain't addressed no real shit since you've been on this fucking.
I asked you a simple question.
You ain't said
Blacks have control over their actions when it comes to.
You see, when I try to give you an answer,
you don't want to address it.
Fucking rip me
No.
You don't really want the answer.
No, could you your excuses though? You complicate dumb small shit. You complicate easy shit.
Bro. You're a fucking boy.
Nah, you're a pussy.
You're a boy. You're a
boy in the eyes of
boy. Straight up and down.
Listen to yourself. You weren't raised with a fucking father.
Hell no.
If he were, he failed you.
Exactly. If you were
raised with a mother, that's why you show so much resentment towards women.
Exactly. If you was really raised by a father, that nigga ain't shit. I said it. Pussy.
Wait.
Damn.
Whoa.
I'm gonna tell you, just like
Valdez my ass. You know it's true.
If BIGJXXX, you niggas do speak to white sympathies, which is why you continue to
my mom picked a good man.
This is why you continue to compare black violence to white violence. Because when you're talking about black men kill each other at 8 times the rate of white men.
Look at these goddamn cheerleaders.
You really want to take this conversation to what the reality is compared to the American average.
That's an excuse. You want to gloss over this situation. That's why.
Black violence is a part of the American average. And guess what? White violence is a part of the American average.
But you never talk about prohibition, nigga. You never talk about opioids. You never talk about the white banking groups. You never talk about supremacist groups. You never talk about them, right? But you want to talk about the black violence.
Any kind of logic. You guys are speaking about this from emotions. This is the reason why you hear BIGJXXX always say, "I just feel." You never hear Cerulli Grace say, "I feel shit."
You don't do anything off of feeling. You don't debate no man off of our feeling.
No, fuck that. Who sit there and say that?
About time you fucking spoke up. You let McGill and Gorilla fucking speak for hours, talking shit, interrupting the fucking panel, and they're trying to give them logical answers, and you finally speak up when I call you out.
Great. Mr. Gray. Shut the fuck up, Mr. Gray. and that is real talk. That is real motherfucking shit, right? Now, problem is this, niggas. The problem is this, niggas. You niggas don't have no fucking ass solution.
But you
did. You gonna put my name?
It's called black men.
Plenty of solutions.
No, I can't put up no social policies.
You can't be mad at me.
Hold
Look, if I gave your dumb ass a solution and you're unhappy with it, then you're unhappy with it, my nigga.
Oh, here's the solution. Big J. Here's the solution. Here's the solution.
A little mad.
Hold on. Here's the solution. No, you said we wasn't giving no solutions. Then when I get ready to give a solution, you want to talk over me. Here's the solution. Here's the solution. Here's the solution. Stop crying like a bitch and be a man. That's the goddamn solution.
I'm sorry.
That's the goddamn solution.
Oh, they don't like that solution.
That's the solution.
Like
Quit crying like a bitch, be a man, and build some shit. I said it. That's That's the goddamn solution. It's so simple a caveman can do it. In fact, a caveman did do it. That's who's running your ass right now.
Oh, wait. Hold on. Who's running my ass? No, you. The way you talk.
He's running your ass. Yes, he is.
White man.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is running your ass. Yes, he is running your ass. He is running your ass. In fact, he got you in here defending him. He got you in here defending him. He got you in here. He got you in here defending him, and he ain't even paying you. He ain't even paying you when you got you defending him. He got you bent over like a $2 hoe, and he ain't even paid you yet. The nigga fucked you and didn't even kiss you.
Follow your own fucking advice.
Nigga, get the fuck out of here, my nigga. Fuck out of here, my nigga. Fuck out of here, my nigga.
Do not rule
me.
Come on, my nigga. Come on, my nigga. Come on, my nigga. Hey, who won't follow? Then who won't follow? Then who won't follow? Then who won't follow?
Nigga, the only reason you guys got 30 motherfuckers watching is because we are here.
Check this out, my nigga. Check this out. Let's go ahead and get something clear, my nigga. I have raised my motherfucking 3 boys and other motherfuckers' kids, my nigga. I've been fruit of Islam and marched through the goddamn streets of Durham to make sure niggas wasn't fucking committing crimes, my nigga. Know my resume before you start talking. Real talk.
Nick.
Real talk.
I tell you what, Nick.
Real talk, my nigga.
You need to follow.
Real talk, my nigga. Real talk, my nigga.
Listen here.
Fuck out of here, nigga.
You light skinned having ass.
Fuck out of here, nigga.
Here you light skinned.
Fuck out of here, nigga. Hey, can you go to the hood? Can you hold on? Can you go to the hood and ask niggas? Can you go to the hood and tell niggas to stop cutting the fuck up and they actually listen?
No, he can't do that. Because if he would be doing that, he wouldn't have a problem with this shit right now. We'll be talking about it right now, nigga.
No.
It wouldn't be a fucking problem if you could get a nigga to follow you. Nigga, you couldn't get a fucking house cat to follow you, dog.
God. Damn.
Nigga, the only reason why you got, let's be real, the only reason why you got 30 motherfuckers on here watching is because we're here, nigga.
Well then, I tell you what then. Then how about you prove me wrong and get the fuck out and let's see how these numbers still be up.
You know what, fam? I'm about to get up out of here anyway because I'm tired of looking at your little cheerleaders in the damn chat room acting like a bunch of bitches. No, because you know what? I got a platform. You feel what I'm saying? And I moderated much better than this.
Your platform is bigger than mine.
But here's the thing, though, my nigga. Here's the thing, though, my nigga. I moderate that shit better. I don't let niggas just go in to be going the fuck in, man. At least there's got to be some sort of logic and some sort of motherfucking.
Guess what, my nigga? I own this motherfucking channel.
You right.
Hang up.
You 100% right.
I tell you what.
100% right.
If you don't like the fucking service, did I tell you what, Angry Man? Did I suggest you click that fucking X that's on the right upper hand corner and move the fuck on, nigga? Do that shit, Angry Man.
I tell you
guess what, Angry Man? This is a rolling anger moment, my nigga.
Tell you what,
this is a rolling anger moment.
Though, Big J, I tell you what though, I'm familiar with that shit because you acting like a bitch who just paid the goddamn light bill, so now you got a little bit of goddamn power. You enjoy that shit while you can, nigga. Enjoy that shit while you can, my nigga. Real talk. Excuse the fuck out of me for coming over here to your little fucked up ass channel, nigga. Suck my motherfucking dick, nigga, and I'm out. Drops the mic, bitch ass nigga.
Well, that was interesting. Wow.
That was an interesting development, ladies and gentlemen. But I have to get going myself.
All right. Big J, this was fun. War.
Yeah, I
tried to address your issues. I feel like you said that they were excuses. I feel like we have to, if we're going to deal with the problems, we have to look seriously at the issues of urbanization, of forced out-group status, and of, the legal caste system. Because earlier you said something about this being a first world country. South Africa has been a first world country before when the National Party was running it. They still had apartheid. So you have to look logically.
All right.
Sorry,
with all due respect, I appreciate your time on here, with all due respect. But like I said, man, it's all about choice and taking responsibility for your actions. And, oftentimes, young black kids aren't given good, productive role models. And you saw how those two guys were acting on here before they hung up. Listen, man, once black folks take personal responsibility for our own actions and know that we can do whatever we want to do, things will change. But as long as we have excuses for all this baloney and men don't really step up and be responsible, you're going to have this same old thing. And like I said, the mothers have to pick decent fathers, decent black men as fathers, and the problems will go away. It's not nobody else's job to raise nobody else's kid. It's the mother and the father that she picks. These two other guys are talking about the community should help raise the kid, and I'm supposed to help raise kids. I don't have any kids. Why would I have to help somebody who picked a loser to get pregnant by? So that's where I was getting upset. The bottom line is no excuses as black folks. No excuses. We can do for ourselves, but we got to really believe in ourselves.
I mean, there's some of that I can agree with. Look, everybody, every sane person thinks that people should be responsible, be in a committed relationship. I would say married. Other people would say different before they decide to have children, right? I think we can agree on that. But the issue is once the children are already here, once they've already been made, we as those with wherewithal, leadership, education, and resources should give back to the community to try and break the cycle. Because I can't do anything about the mom and the dad, but there are hundreds of black school teachers, coaches, scoutmasters, etc., that have literally saved guys' lives. I know people that's happened to, and I've had the privilege of being raised in a functional household. My parents have been married now over 40 years. I'm all about people being married and committed. But when the community is in peril, like it is now, you're not going to make any gains by saying, well, they just need to stop fucking. They just need to choose better people. Once the children are already here, we have a responsibility. If we are going to be leaders, if we claim to be patriarchs, we have a responsibility to go out there. And that starts with advocating educational reform. That starts with rebuilding black institutions. And by institutions, I'm not necessarily meaning HBCUs, but I'm also talking about after school programs. I'm talking about, and if you're a member of the black church, I don't want to get into a religious argument, but if you're a member of the black church, make the black church a functional part of the community. That's the types of things that we need to be talking about.
Okay.
And so,
okay. Look,
I'm for all that.
Look, you made some valid points. Go ahead, bro. But what I'm trying to get you to understand is that if we can get these mothers to raise, read, and write with their kids and pick good fathers, we won't need mentors. For example, if the goal is to produce good kids, let's say, for example, I'll give you a hypothetical. If you had a bathtub overflowing with water and you wanted to empty that bathtub, are you going to turn off the faucet and then empty it, or empty it while the faucet's still running? You want to fix the problem while these black females continue to pick losers, and the problem's going to keep on existing. So it's better to turn off the faucet and then empty the tub out. It's better to fix these parents so we don't got to keep on mentoring these kids. So you're just excusing these single moms for picking losers, and you want good black guys to come and be a mentor and save these kids? No, these damn single moms got to pick good, decent black men. Bottom line, we don't got to mentor if they pick good fathers. This is not rocket science, and that's why I'm getting passionate and emotional when I was trying to explain this to those guys. It's like, why are you telling us to mentor when we can just fix the fucking mom so she can pick a good father? And we don't got to go for this bullshit.
How do you fix her though? That's the question.
We tell these women to go to parenting classes. Well, we tell these women to fuck.
I tell you, needs to be done because I've been waiting for this time for me to sit there. We need a tax lien on these irresponsible parents. There, I said it. I'll back away.
Okay, I'm not necessarily opposed to that out of hand. I'm not opposed to that. I'd like to see how it's actually written up because I think one thing that we need to do is have mandatory paternity tests for all children immediately once they're born. I think that would help solve some issues. But I think look, hold on, wait a second, man. We can talk about welfare reform.
No, look, the welfare state, the welfare state is funding inappropriate behavior. They're making it possible. Now, look, if a woman picks a good father, she don't got to get on welfare because the father, the man's going to bring her to his house. The man's going to give her his car. But
right, okay, that's fine. But how do you stop those people from deciding to do that?
Principle is the application of it is going to fail because you still have two-parent households that's still welfare. You still have two-parent homes that are, living the paycheck to paycheck. Some of them. So
that's fine. That's fine.
You can't really have a blanket statement.
And look, that's fine. If a mother, I agree. That's fine. If a mother and the father, if the father is together with the mom and they're working together, and they have to get on welfare for some time, fine. But I'm talking about welfare being used, selfishly by a chick, and she's not, trying to, better herself and her kids with it. That's all I'm saying. Like, you can do homework with your kids, you can write with your kids, you can read with them. Sure. That kind of.
But if she, let's just go ahead on and say, let's say she's just an ignorant, irresponsible person. Is she going to do any of those things?
She has to be held accountable. She has to be shamed.
How?
Society has to ridicule her. These are her kids. The most important decision a woman will ever make in her life is the kind of kid father she picks for her kids. If she's not going to care for her kids that much, the government should have consequences on this welfare because it's enabling these chicks to continue to pop out babies and not be responsible parents. I mean, right now, there's more dumb black people breeding than smart black people. Right now, there's more dumb black folks breeding than educated black folks, and that's why you got these ghettos.
Time out. Poor people and uneducated people across all racial groups, uneducated people always have more kids than educated people. That's not unique to black people. The issue is, hold on, let me finish, brother. Hold on. We can have there's no rush. Just calm down. First thing about being men is you have to be dispassionate about things and look at things logically. So let's not be emotional. What I am saying is that once the woman has already decided that this is the type of behavior she's going to engage in, and you got them here, let's say we do all of the reforms that you want to do right now, today, you still are going to have hundreds of thousands of children that need help. And what I'm saying is, if we're serious about tackling the issue of the cycle of poverty and the feminization of poverty, then you have to reach that young generation. That's why I'm for KIPP academies. That is why I am for enhanced vocational education. Those are the types of things that we need to be talking about. But sitting here screaming about what these women won't do, let's first change the environment, because women act based upon incentives and resources. So if we as black men go back to the community and have a program which can change the culture and actually employ young Black people, then we're going to have something to offer them more than just screaming and hollering about how terrible they are. Because that we've been doing that for a while. Bill Cosby tried doing that. A lot of people have tried doing that. Has it worked?
Okay, I'll respond. Listen, people
Go
control
ahead.
the
You know,
people control the environment. So the community of the people within the community determine how the environment is going to be. Now, your other point, poverty is not the same
Finance
that we see in the third world. Poverty in America is fucking first class here. When you go to Africa, if you go to these third world countries, you'll see real poverty, man. So look, when you say go back, I'm a childless, good Black man with a nice house, car. I get a vacation, real good career. Why would I go back to help and reward these single mothers who continue to make poor choices and fathers? They should find a man that got them pregnant and ask them to fix it. Ask their sons to fix it, not decent, productive Black men who didn't contribute to the problem. Why would I help when I didn't contribute to the problem? No, make these mothers fix the problem that they made by picking a loser father. I'm not attacking chicks. I tell my girlfriend this all the time. She agrees with me. When you pick good fathers, you don't have these types of dysfunctions, and you don't need mentors in these programs and government programs. We tried these programs in the 90s, the government did, and look what it did. 30 years later, talking about the same bullshit. No, man, just take responsibility for your actions, hold other Black folks accountable for picking losers or for just doing dumb shit, and we'll be fine. All these other excuses are just a waste of time.
Yeah, but you completely mischaracterized my point. I never said that we need to set up an alphabet soup of government programs to subsidize single mothers. I've never said that. I've never advocated that. In fact, I don't necessarily know how successful they've been. What I am simply saying, hold on, and I will turn the floor over to you, sir. What I'm saying is create. If you have a problem with the community and you see that it is in disarray, then you can do one of two things. You can be solutions oriented and say, hey, how do we break the cycle? Because you're saying, okay, tell these niggas to go back. What about if he's just as ignorant as she is?
Go back what?
No, you're saying you're poo-pooing people asking the educated, those with resources, those who have made something out of themselves to go back. Look, I am a college-educated, childless man. I feel like I have. Do you want
to be around?
I feel like. Hold on. I feel like I have a responsibility to help. Now, I don't think I'll marry. I won't marry a chick with kids because I want to start a family with a woman who doesn't have one. But as far as going back and helping, absolutely, I believe in that, and I believe that's our responsibility.
Hey, listen, man, if I'm not going to be rewarded or appreciated for doing anything, for helping somebody, I'm not going to do it. And secondly, those are not my children. No, let me finish real quick, bro. I got you. Listen, man, the most important decision a woman will make is the type of father she picks for her kids. There are millions of Black people out here right now that are suffering because their mom picked a bad man to get pregnant by. It all starts with the kind of man a woman picks, man. I'm telling you, go to Africa. If a woman picks a bad man and gets pregnant, she starves. There's no welfare. It's real Darwinism over there. Real Darwinism. Over here, a bitch get a loser, she gets welfare. So it's like listen, man, the way things are going right now, you're going to have another 30 years of Black folks making excuses. You want our young sons that are 8, 9, 10 years old repeating the same argument about slavery 20 years from now? Like we're just repeating the same arguments over and over. I heard the same shit when I was 8, man. I'm in my mid-20s right now. My mid-20s.
Has the conditions changed? Is what you have to ask yourself.
Listen, we have far more opportunities. Our opportunities are far greater than our forefathers.
War.
I think you're missing the point, man. Go ahead, Big J.
War. I am in my mid-30s. I've been hearing that talking points. That's why I'm kind of frustrated with Black men on YouTube repeating the same shit over and over because I heard that shit when I was 10. Yeah, I'm tired of hearing that same. So, that's why though I told Angry Boy, he ain't no man right now. I'm calling him Angry Boy.
Yo, man, let's chill with all that.
Bullshit. He came in here with that bullshit. Fuck him. Anyway, you don't see. Look, I keep telling him what are the solutions. He telling me I shouldn't talk. No, I tell people let's look at the future, and everybody wants to sit there talk about what the Jews are doing or what the damn white man and what the damn this that the dirt's doing and shit. I don't give a flying fuck about shit because I'm worried about this one particular topic. I'm trying to laser focus on the
Big J.
future, and we have 10 years. Look, I've been on here since same argument. 2007 argument. Willie Pete was running the shit in this motherfucker. Same argument. Tommy Sotomayor came in here 2008. Same motherfucking shit. And that's all you hear is the same talking about our argument. And that's what I was talking about everybody else Obsidian about all everybody talk more about those donations than worry about solutions. And Anger understand what I was talking about the donation part. He thought I was criticizing him about the goddamn y'all getting donations, but I'm talking about y'all worry more about donations than worry about these solutions. That's what I was trying to say. But niggas sit up there can't even think straight because they're thinking with the tip of their penis and not the head on their fucking shoulders.
Hey, Big J,
and that is real talk and real truth.
Hey, Big J, what happens is this: whenever we talk about, moving on from slavery and not talking about it, they think like the other black folks think we're trying to give white people an excuse and a pass. No. Look, man, the history's in the history books. They can't deny what they did to us. All we're saying is black folks got to get ourselves together academically first and then come up with the fight with slavery. I mean, because most black folks, man, like they can't even give a concrete argument about slavery and reparations. So it's like, let's focus on building black folks up academically, educationally, and then move on to, dealing with this, reparations shit, man. I just don't want to focus on this slavery shit because it's not good for young black boys' confidence or black girls' confidence. Tell them that they were great. Tell them that there were, so many black inventions from 1900 to 1965. You can't just talk about this slavery shit as if we're just weak victims who can't do for ourselves. It's paralyzing.
I'll say I disagree with that. I think you have to. It's not just talking about slavery. You talk about everything. You give them a well-rounded education of their own history, warts and all. So to me, if you don't talk about, if you're some middle-class kid and you look around and you see the state of black people in this country and you're not informed about how this happened, then there's some people who are just going to sit around, hey man, these people, they don't have their shit together. I guess they're just inferior. I guess they just have these problems. You have to inform people that the world did not start today. There are things that have happened 10, 20, 30 years ago, whether it's mass incarceration or the war on drugs or Jim Crow or redlining, etc., that are the effects of which are still with us today. So I'm all about being a solutions-oriented individual, but you cannot cure the patient until you get a diagnosis of the disease. You understand?
Yeah, but under Jim Crow, black folks under Jim Crow, black folks had an 80% marriage. Black folks had a stable family. I mean, like the morals, the values were there during Jim Crow. I'm not saying Jim Crow was good. I'm not saying it was good. I'm just saying that overall, you can't really use slavery as an excuse for black dysfunction today because a lot of what we're doing is self-inflicted. A lot of what we're doing is self-inflicted. When we pick up guns and shoot each other.
When have I used slavery as an excuse?
No, but you basically made it seem like the reason why blacks are in the current condition today.
You mischaracterized my.
You gave an example just now. You gave an example. You said if a person from the outside is looking in, they're going to say these people don't got their stuff together. And I'm saying, and then you went on to say that it's because of redlining, Jim Crow. But I'm just saying to you that during those time periods, black folks were doing good. Black folks were doing good morally in their values. So that can't be an excuse for why black folks are dysfunctional today.
Sir, with respect, I would encourage you to read The Warmth of Other Suns. I would encourage you to read Taylor Branch's work on this, which is fantastic. Because if you look at Jim Crow, yes, there was high rates of marriage, and I'm all for marriage. But there's also huge amounts of poverty. and all the way through Jim Crow up into the war on drugs. And the war on drugs broke down, excuse me, not just the war on drugs, but drugs being flooded into the community broke down which few institutions were there left. So these things did not just happen in a bubble. Now, I'm all for, hey, I don't have excuses for myself. I look in the mirror and say, hey, whatever's going to happen is going to be on me. So I'm not advocating that people not take responsibility for themselves. I'm saying you do a sober look at the situation. If you want to study Iraq and why the Kurds are in the position they are in, you're going to have to know their history. If you want to look at Armenians in Turkey, you want to know their history. It's not about giving people an excuse to be to live a substandard life. It is about saying these are the issues that as a group in the aggregate you deal with, and those things have fueled things like poor school, low rates of home ownership, a whole host of things. Now, if people want whatever solutions you want to have, I'm for all solutions being on the table. I'm for innovation, but sitting here and pretending like these things just happen, like all these things just happen like 300 years ago. No, a lot of these things happen now, happen within the lifetime of our parents, and some of these things go on today. Look at how black men are left out of juries. There's a Supreme Court case called Batson, which deals with this issue and how black people are systematically kept off of juries. So we have to be educated ourselves before we can sit here and talk about what people are supposed to know and what they don't know. Because some of us from this conversation don't know the history either.
Listen, schooling starts at home. The parents, look, reading, writing, and math are basically, you can learn that in school easy, no problem. Now, understand something. Poor schooling is based on property value. Because you have, graffiti on the walls in black neighborhoods and gangs, that brings down the property value. So when you address personal responsibility, the property value and the taxes will go up and the schools will be funded better. So that's how the crime and dysfunction in black America affects the schools, because it's all controlled by taxes. But like I said, man, personal responsibility is going to be on the individual. And when the individual takes that, you're going to see change, man. That's all I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
And people, school starts at home, though. Like the mom, look, my mom, my dad, they would read to me. When I was 5 and 6, I had to read an English book to them. They would do my homework with me. They would write with me. So it starts at home. You can't say failing schools. No, these parents want a babysitter, so they just send a little badass kid to school and don't even teach them how to read and write and do anything with them. You know how these parents talk to their kids? Get in the car, little nigga. Get in the car. Shut the fuck up. You see, these are some fucked up parents we got raising these kids out here. So it's like, until we address the bad parenting and address the choices black folks make, it ain't gonna be no change, man. There's no excuses, man. I'm tired of all this other bullshit people talking about, man. Discriminate, man. Nah, it's black folks. Look at how black folks are acting. Your typical black guy today, pants down, smoking weed all day. And I don't knock people who smoke weed. I mean, I'm just saying, though. But when you ain't about shit, when you just drinking that lean. Come on, man. You said you're smart. You don't want to be around certain black guys that are just nigga this, nigga that. You don't like doing that ignorant shit. Imagine if you were put around a low-life Pookie and you had to be around him. Imagine that shit. You'll beat his ass. You end up fighting or you end up killing him. So it's like, bro, I gotta be around certain black guys. I gotta be around certain black guys about money. I own my own property. I got my own house. I got my own car. You gotta have money and be about something. I'm not about being around no loser. Nigga this. My pants are down. Where the hoes at? I'm gonna get some pussy. Nah, man, these dudes just are. I'm not about that. Do you want to hang with those kind of guys? Is that the kind of guys you chill with?
You're directing this towards me? No. But I'm not going to shit on a whole bunch of people that don't have a lot.
You're asking me to go back and work with them. You're asking me to go back.
No, I'm asking you, if you're not going to be a part of the problem, to shut the hell up.
No. I'm giving my logical opinion on what's going on. How can you expect decent guys about something to go back and help dysfunctional guys that ain't about nothing? Meet me halfway. Show me that you want help.
What I'm saying is, if you actually are serious about changing the paradigm, if you are serious about having a community that is functional, then you will go and work with the young people that are there that need our help. That's what
But
I'm
first, you tell
saying.
the truth first. First, you tell the truth. You tell
Sure,
the truth. And what's the problem? The mothers are picking
Who's?
loser fathers. The boys are not taking school
Oh my
serious. You got to tell the truth first. How can you fix a problem? An alcoholic, if he ain't going to admit he's a drunk, you got to fix. You got to tell the truth first. Lay all the dysfunction out. Lay all the dysfunction out. Tell the truth first. You can't hide the truth and try to fix it. How's that going to work?
Who's talking about hiding the truth? I don't.
No,
You're
what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, say the before you try to help anything. Say the things that hurt and that make people uncomfortable. Like, listen, pick good fathers. Stop being irresponsible, selling drugs and doing drive-by shootings. That will make black folks uncomfortable. They call you coons. They call you Uncle Toms. Instead of addressing the issue and dealing with the truth, black folks just want to hide from the truth. And first, you got to deal with the truth.
How many black people have said this? Like, seriously, I think a lot. I mean, Barack Obama has said.
Of course, man.
Bill Cosby has said.
Whenever you talk about black people,
that's not changing the paradigm. What I'm saying is, let's save who we can save. These older people, if you're over 18 and you're out here doing all this shit and you don't want any help, I got no time for you. You lost. I hope you make it, but if you don't, oh well. But I'm saying these young people that we can still reach, who still have a chance to live a good life, if we have the ability to help them, then we can build the communities that we want. So let's do that.
I would do that if I was guaranteed that the mothers would stop producing those same dysfunctional. Remember that analogy I just gave you about the bathtub overfilling? Would you turn off the faucet or just start emptying out the bathtub while it's running? You got to turn the faucet off before you empty out the tub. So you got to fix these single mothers before you continue to help them, because you're just going to continue to help without fixing the problem. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you just can't allow something to keep going on and just fix the problem and just fix the end result. No, you got to go to the root and say, look, raise good kids, pick good fathers, and we don't have to mentor your kid. You don't need a coach to mentor your kid. You don't need nobody to mentor your kid. Just pick a good father.
Say all that you want to. What I am about is, see, I'm not in the business of trying to raise grown folk. I can't do that.
No, you don't have. No, it's called accountability and telling people to be responsible for their choice.
It's getting tiring.
I'm just telling you. Okay? You're giving excuses, though. You're giving excuses.
How's that? I'm giving excuses. Okay, nigga.
I'm not a nigga. I'm a black man. See, you got that nigga mentality. You feel inferior to white people, so you call yourself a nigga. Why do you call yourself a nigga? Why? I don't call myself a nigga. I'm a black.
You said. You think I have an inferiority complex?
Because black guys who call themselves a nigga, they don't think they're high up on the scale. They think they're niggas. A nigga is an irresponsible, loser ass, pants sagging degenerate.
Okay, you can take it that deep if you want to. You don't project your insecurities onto me.
No,
okay?
I know. Don't call me a nigga. Just don't call me a nigga.
That's fine. That's fine, dude. We're good. I won't refer to you as an NIGGA. I don't want to even say it because it'll trigger you apparently. But what I know who I am.
My dad gave me an identity. I know who I am. That's
dog. I got it. Okay. Yeah, War. Your dad is great, wonderful. What I'm saying is very, very simple. The older people who are adults, if they choose not to engage in being productive, then they get what they get. There's nothing I can do for them. I can't say. I can say, tell them they ain't shit. Fine.
But you're helping their children, though. But why are you helping their children if they're going to continue to do dumb shit and get pregnant by losers? It doesn't make sense.
I'm helping their children because children eventually become adults, and adults can either be productive or liabilities. I would rather they be productive. That's why.
I'm not going to fix a person who continues to do the same dumb shit. Keep popping out babies with loser guys. And I'm going to clean up the mess. What kind of sucker shit is that? Like, you know, clean up a mess after some guy gets a girl pregnant. She should be held responsible, ridiculed, shamed for picking a loser. Plain and simple.
Man. Okay, fine.
Why are you against that? Do you know how many kids are suffering? Do you know how many kids are suffering right now because their mom picked a loser? There's millions of adult black men without no father because their mom picked a loser. Their mom picked a bad man to get pregnant by. Nobody want to address that. Nobody wants to address that. The kind of men these women pick. When do we address that?
We can address it all we want to. That's fine. I'm all for giving as much ridicule, whatever you want to do. But I don't see that changing the paradigm. If you want to break the cycle, the feminization of poverty, which is rampant in our community, then you start with the kids because the kids become adults. And if the kids have outlets, if kids have access to jobs, if they have rigorous education, if they get a positive image of self and knowledge,
listen, there won't be any poverty if the woman gets with a good man. He can bring her to his house. She can live with him, have kids. He has a good job and a good career. He's a good man. There won't be no poverty if she gets with a good man. So the poverty problem isn't solved. If she gets with a good guy, he has his shit together. So like, it doesn't make sense, bro, what you're trying to say right here. If she gets with a good guy, poverty won't be an issue. Like for example, I got a house, I got a car. If I get a girl pregnant, she can come live with me. If she need a car, I got 3 of them. She can use one of my cars. So she's gonna be in poverty. So it's like this poverty shit is because they're picking losers. The poverty thing is because they're picking bad fathers. You're in poverty because the guy was a loser. If the guy was a good father, he would bring you into him. He would bring you into his house. You can have my shit. You can run with my shit. But he's not. That's why they're in poverty, because they're picking losers. You don't want to see this fact.
War. I agree with both of y'all. This is the point. War. We understand about female fuckery, right? We understand. You and I can agree on female fuckery, white female fuckery, black female American, North American female fuckery. But here is what war is that you also forgot about the fuckery of these niggas who keep popping up, who keep having these children out of wedlock, who's swinging his dick all over the goddamn town. See, I'm tell you something. War. I'm tell you something. War. There are some towns that are locked the fuck up. There are some towns that I've been to, small towns that have black people in them, right? Some of them towns are locked up. Why? Because you got 3 or 4 niggas knocking up dirty women within a five. That shit be going on. So you have to address these sorry ass niggas, these sorry thirsty ass niggas too.
Yeah,
now,
100%.
On the flip side of that, okay, but you need to address that at the same time. Let's also talk about this since that you war is a conservative in Texas. You can go to Texas, Alabama, Mississippi, or Oklahoma, right? Here is where I agree with Foxfire on this. A student gets $1 per student budget wise, but if you are an inmate in prison, $20,000 per inmate. So you have to acknowledge, though, more people, the government is more in your ass locked up than seeing your ass smart. Now, do you understand that too, War Story? See,
yes, sir. But listen, black men can change. Black men can change that by, whoever, is affected by you going to jail and stuff. They can lobby Congress to change these laws. You can organize black men who are felons behind that. But see, I never been to jail. I don't have a record, so I can't relate to that kind of shit. But I hear what you're saying. And listen, man, I do address the bum black guys who are getting these black chicks pregnant. Now, I always distinguish myself from Pookie and Ray Ray. That's why Angry Man and Cerulean always attack me, because I'm always pointing out Pookie and Ray Ray. Pookie and Ray Ray are the individual losers stuck in black America after all the decent, successful black guys don't want to deal with them. So I always distinguish myself as a decent, productive black guy from those losers like Pookie and Ray Ray, because those are the guys that are getting these girls pregnant, women pregnant. So yeah, 100%, I agree with you. And that's why I say pick a good father. I'm telling you that you're picking bad fathers. So I'm saying pick good fathers. Don't pick Pookie and Ray Ray. I always talk about that, and okay. I can't repeat that enough. We got losers. I talk about the crime and the problems out there, and it's
Go ahead.
The war.
Yeah.
It's a problem. Here is what you said. You don't. I'm gonna say it like this: when they're in their teens and 20s, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna have some women look at Pookie and Ray Ray as it's more of a survival mechanism in women. You know, they see that as protection. I mean, in an internal way, as an internal protection, because it gives them, you know, they are under the protection of a nigga who is brash, and you have these, you know, and all that. But when you know, but she doesn't see the weaknesses in this man she's with, and that's why you see a whole lot of women go and Ray Rays of the world, and rather than because the educated lane does not outwardly give off the aura of manliness, because, you know, he doesn't give out that manliness, you know, chest beating shit, because, you know, he's focused on, you know, he's trying to get his shit together, and women don't see that outwardly expression of manhood. So go to Pookie Ray Ray, because Pookie Ray will give him that, you know, give him that idea of the brave man and all that. So I know I'm hazarding a guess on that, but that's how I view women who like 20. So,
but listen though, but at the same time, if it's survival, they got to take responsibility for that choice. If Pookie leaves her with a baby, fine, she got to say, okay, I made this choice and got with Pookie. He left me with this baby, and I have to basically understand that, hey, this was my choice. Now, look, man, an educated lame, all that bullshit, man, listen. Educated black men are the ones who can fix things.
The term educated lame, because, you know, I hate that term educated lame, because everybody got that from a Sergeant Willie P would say that shit, use that term. But the thing is, I'm using that term because I couldn't find a better term, so I'm have to use that term.
Okay.
So like,
okay. But when you say survival, though, man, when you say these girls look at Pookie and Ray Ray as survival, but they also look at their aunts and their mom, and they see what Pookie did to their mom and aunts, and they see their mom and aunt struggle. So why do they grow up and make the same dumb decision their mom made and get with a loser? And that's why you gotta be like, what's the IQ with these folks? Because you saw your mom struggle, you saw your aunt struggle. Like, if you saw your big brother go to jail for selling drugs, if you're 8 years old and you've seen 3 of your big brothers go to jail, 2 went to jail for drugs, 1 was shot for selling drugs, why would you grow up and be like, I'm gonna do the same thing? So it's like, listen, man, she can pick Pookie, let her pick Pookie, I'm not tripping, but she has to understand her mom and her aunt was the example for her not to do that. But she gotta live with her choice. And does she love her kid? If you love your kid, you're gonna pick a good father. My mom did that for me. That's the number one thing, man. You have to. Like, I mean, when you look at when a girl looks at a guy, she has to say, what kind of father will he be to my kid? She has to think like that. If she loves that baby. Now, if she only wants a welfare check, if she only wants free Section 8, if she only wants free Section 8 or free housing, and food, no, she ain't gonna care. You got good hair or a good car, oh, you can get me pregnant. but she don't go by your IQ. She don't go by your value, your family values. That's where the problem is. My girlfriend told me this shit herself.
Right. I look, man. Here's the disconnect for me, because a lot of what you're saying, I can understand and empathize with. What I'm saying is that adults who make poor decisions, if they face poor consequences, I don't really give a shit. But
these are life-changing decisions, though, that affect kids. Right. These are life-changing. You're creating a life. Creating a baby.
I get that.
No, you don't. You take it lightly. You take that lightly. You take that lightly.
Hold on. How the fuck are you going to
you're blowing it off. You're blowing it off like, okay, I don't care. You're blowing it off.
No, because I'm not going to
creating a life is important.
I'm not going to sit here and get overly emotional like you are.
It's issues though. Kids are being created.
I'm trying to have a conversation with you, and
all right.
You're taking it to the upper room for no reason.
You're blowing it. You're trying to dismiss it like no.
No, I'm not dismissing it. It's the reality. We have a 72% out of wedlock birth rate. It's atrocious. I wish it was lower. I wish Black people would only have kids when they're in a long-term committed relationship, hopefully a marriage. But because they are not doing that, and because we have had a hands-off approach, we've had see, this is the thing that kills me. Black people, educated Black people with resources, have left. We've had Black flight for decades. Black flight has not improved the status of the community.
Because
so what I'm saying, no, hold on, I didn't interrupt you. At least do me the courtesy.
My bad, bro. My bad.
If you are a so-called conservative, do me the courtesy and allow me to finish my thought.
Apologize.
As I was saying, if you believe that simply leaving is going to help anything, I would submit to you 1965 to 2008 to 2018. We've had all of these times. We've had a lot of times where there's been a ton of Black flight, and what we have not seen is increased amount of Black people, massive amount of people moving into the middle class. We've seen is lots of out of wedlock birth rates. We've seen a lot of problems. And what I'm saying is, I would never sit here and browbeat a Black man and tell him, hey, you have to sit here and marry a woman with kids because that's your responsibility. I don't believe that. But I do think if you have the wherewithal and ability to go back and help young kids, that is going to be the way. We should be advocating for educational reform, and we should be building institutions in our community that can employ, educate, and uplift young Black people. Old Black people, niggas that are retarded, niggas that are doing stupid shit in the street, I got no time for them. But young people that can be saved, that can be helped, I'm all for it.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
All right. Well, look, I'm going to first address what you said about Black flight. Black men left. Look, the Black men, the intelligent, the Black guys who have like trades and skills, who are mechanics, plumbers, electricians, engineers, doctors, and lawyers, they left because there's no accountability. When you got Pookie and Ray Ray going around, either you're going to kill them with your hands or you're going to go to jail. So you got to leave. When there's no accountability and there's no code of conduct, you're not going to fuck around with losers. Why am I going to put my life in danger being in some hood trying to save some bastards that don't want to save themselves? So that's why Black flight took place. Smart Black people got on because they saw nobody wanted to fix nothing. No, all excuses, slavery, slavery, slavery. All excuses, slavery, no personal responsibility. No, put the drugs down. No, put the guns down. None of that. It's all slavery. That's why educated Black folks left. You only got Pookie and Ray Ray and Saquana and Bonquisha down there. And nothing's going to get fixed because all the smart Black men are gone. We're out. We're not fucking with them.
You're the vanguard of educated Black men?
No, I'm just one of them who has a skill and I can do something. Look, man, I got my own house. I got my own property. I got good shit going for me right now, bro. So I'm just giving you an example. You talked about Black flight, and I'm telling you why Black smart people left Black inner cities and why you got, Poogies and Ray Rays there kicking up dust and causing problems because there's no accountability and the Black smart guys had to leave. We all had to leave.
What I'm saying is this whole thing about not how do you it's simply leaving and saying, hey, you guys better fix this shit or we're not coming back. We've already done that and it hasn't worked. And as a matter of fact, as far as shaming, we've been telling there have been there's been so many Black people who've said, hey, y'all niggas need to cut this shit out. Dr. Alvin Toussaint talked about that. Bill Cosby talked about that. Louis Farrakhan talked about that. So many people, even Larry Elder has talked about there's from across the political gamut, left and right, people have talked about that. What has not been done, and what I do think we should be doing, is building institutions. If you want to hold people accountable, you have to be entrenched in the community first. I cannot hold people in the Asian community accountable because I'm not a member of said community. So if we want to, as educated Black folks with a vision who want to help and want to have a functional society, then we have to be in a position to offer them more than shame and ridicule. We have to be able to offer them opportunities. Now, like I said, older people, you don't want to get your shit together? Hey, good luck to you. the police or somebody else or the landlord who evicts you, somebody's gonna catch up with you, evict you. I can't, because I can't raise a grown person, and I can't help a grown person who won't help themselves. That's not my responsibility. But young people, it is my responsibility, and we should be doing things, building the community in such a way that once they become an adult, they don't go back and do the same shit that you're complaining about right now with the people that are there.
All right. Well, look, to answer your question, well, to respond to that, for the past 30 years, the narrative has not been about, picking good fathers. The narrative has been about, all black men are bad fathers and we just walk out on our kids when 45% of us don't have kids. So the narrative has to be these mothers are not picking good fathers. That's to be the new narrative. And it's been that way for 30 years. They have not been picking good fathers after 1971. And that's why these children have been turning out dysfunctional. Look at all the homosexuals we got. Look at all these fucking prostitutes we got, trannies, more trannies than ever, all raised by single mothers. So look, man, it goes a lot deeper than where you want to go. But I still have respect for you. It's no hard feelings.
Wait, time out. What lack of depth am I missing? Feel free to educate me.
You basically just laugh off the fact when I talk about picking good fathers. You just say if a woman or a grown woman just makes a bad decision, oh, no big deal. This is a child's life.
No,
for another.
I never said it was not a big deal. I said there's nothing. I care, but there's nothing I can. How do you stop two grown people from getting together?
Like I said, the narrative has to change to black women not picking good fathers for their children.
How do you change the culture?
When you make and you shine a light on how the women are picking losers to get pregnant by. First, that's the first thing. When you continue to put that into the pavement and say pick a good man, a decent black man that got shit, you won't need to get on welfare. You won't need to be in poverty. You won't. You just won't.
That's fine.
You won't.
And I'm willing, and I don't have a problem with people doing that. But what I'm saying is simply pointing out the problem is only going to take you but so far. That's what I'm saying.
It won't. No, it won't, because the woman's going to get a good man. And then she's not going to need poverty. It's going to stop. It's going to stop. As soon as she get with a good dude that has his own shit, she ain't going to need no assistance. Poverty's going to end.
How long do you think that will take to completely change the dating habits of women?
Well, I believe that if you constantly point out the fact that these women are getting pregnant by losers, they're going to look in the mirror and say, what have I been doing for the past 30 years of my life? I've been picking losers till impregnate. And you got to make them feel that pain. Look, these are your kids, miss. You care about your kids? If you care about your kids, you're going to pick a good father.
Right. That's true. You will. If you care about your kids, you'll pick a good
father.
Then. But what I'm saying is you can't come. It's one thing for people that are inside of their community to have a grassroots movement. But when many of us are not inside of the community, they're not going to listen to us about how they're raising their kids. Because we're not.
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you. Say it again.
I'm sorry. I'll repeat. What I'm saying is, it would be one thing if an organic movement came up within that community where they're doing all this dysfunctional shit. But if that doesn't happen, and those people that are outside of their community are constantly saying, you niggas need to get your shit together, and many of them do need to get their shit together, that is true. But when you're not inside of your community, there's only but so much social pressure you're going to be able to put on them, because you don't live with them, we don't work with them. A lot of times we don't go to the same schools. A lot of times we don't even go to the same churches. So how much social pressure are we even going to be able to put on them?
Look, it's working right now. It's working right now. For the past 2-3 years, the social pressure that's being put on these chicks on social media, these black chicks. I mean, listen, right now they're starting to wake up. A lot of them are starting to admit that they've been making poor choices in fathers. A lot of them are waking up and admitting to that shit. So the pressure got to keep on going.
I think that has more to do with cutting the welfare state getting cut, not necessarily how much pressure they're getting.
Trust me, people are still getting welfare. I know folks are still getting welfare.
No, what I'm saying is that the welfare state is getting scaled back.
I disagree.
Go ahead, Big J. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Hold on. I disagree with that. Yeah, I disagree with your assessment. And I'm about to hang this up because I got look. The thing, I don't think so. The service is going to solve the problem. I believe what is happening, and dating habits of women is going to change in 5 because men are saying no to sex. a lot of men are saying no to relationships. A lot of men are going MGTOW. A lot of men going Igmore, and across the board. You have look. Let me say something. You have South is paying grown men to date. You have in Japan giving tax breaks to single men to get married. See, men across the industrialized world are saying no to bullshit and female fuckery. So they saying, as soon as men getting out the way, it's changing how and women have to catch up on this shit. See, too many women are mustering around with that Mary J. Blige bullshit. The fuck up on how being tuned how men are. See, a lot of these women are ill considerate of their relationship, and that's all I'm going to say. I'm gonna end this. It's been good.
Sure.
Thanks a lot, man. Hey, bro. Hey, no hard feelings, bro.
What do you mean hard feelings? I don't have hard feelings.
I'm just saying.
We're talking about ideas.
Things got passionate, and I get passionate. During certain conversations. But no hard feelings. I said what I had to say. You had to say what you had to say, and hopefully we can have another hangout.
That's fine. I don't get overly emotional about this type of stuff because I realize that the work is what we need to get passionate about. We can have ideas all day, and I'm willing to go. I'm willing to chop it up with people that disagree with me. That's fine. What I get passionate about is the work itself.
But I'm not helping nobody's kids. But I'm not taking care of nobody's kids though. But if it's not my kid, I'm not taking care of nobody else's kid.
Nobody's talking about. Nobody's asking you to be. Well, at least I'm not asking you to be somebody's father.
All right. Well, I'm not stepping up to nobody who picked losers to get pregnant by, or who is a loser father.
Right. Well, let's see if your tactic actually builds a better community.
Yeah, but look, it'll make these chicks think twice about getting pregnant by a loser, and if they do, it's gonna be their fault.
Okay. Well, look, I'm all about saying, let's deal with the children that are here. If you if you've reached that next generation and the next generation has changed, will they repeat the same mistakes of their forebears?
Yeah, because they're going home to a dysfunctional family. They're going home to you can spend 8 hours. You can mentor a kid for 8 hours, right? Or 3 hours. He goes home to a crazy ass mom that's yelling and cussing at him. What good is your mentor going to do if he goes home to a fucked up house, fucked up crazy ass mom?
That's what you got to realize, that I'm not just talking about mentorship. I'm talking about radical education. Reform.
The mom can do that. The mom can read and write and math. They're simple. Read and write math. You can't manipulate that.
If she herself is ignorant as hell, she's not equipped.
She should be sterilized. If that dumb bitch should be sterilized, then if she can't read her own damn kid, she should be sterilized. And if a guy can't read, he should be castrated.
So
because look, no excuses.
Now you're conservative, and you're arguing on behalf of Margaret Sanger.
Listen, no excuse. If you can't read to your kid, why are you going to have a kid and then say nobody's going to help me teach you how to read? That's your responsibility as a mother. Your excuse is that the mom can't read so the kid can't read. No, go find somebody that can read to the kid.
I'm saying that you're going to have, if you have a population of poorly educated, low skill, irresponsible people, you're going to have a better opportunity with institutions guiding and helping radically educate the children, like with KIPP academies. KIPP academies have been highly successful.
Is that a government program? That's a government program, right?
Well, all schools are government programs, genius.
No, I'm talking about, funded programs by individuals privately is fine. But looking for government programs for these kids outside of school, regular school, K through 12 is a waste of time. We tried programs in the 90s. Didn't work. The bottom line is
now you're arguing for things I'm not even advocating, which just goes to show you what type of individual you are.
No, you complicate shit. You complicate easy shit. Reading and writing is simple. Reading, writing, and math.
You don't have the nuance to debate. You don't have the nuance for education. You don't have the nuance.
What more do you need? Reading, writing, and math. What more do you need? Anybody can teach you reading, writing, and math. Nobody can manipulate that. Nobody can manipulate writing. Nobody can manipulate reading. Nobody. You want to complicate. You want to complicate easy shit.
Not if she can't read herself.
Fine, but she can find somebody in her church to read. Man, you're an excuse maker. She can find somebody to read. Cut that shit out. Cut that shit out, man.
And you're crying.
What the hell's wrong with you? She can find somebody to read to her kid.
This is an emotional Negro.
For her kid. She'll find somebody to read to her kid.
Another emotional Negro.
Because you make excuses.
We're having a civilized conversation.
She can't read, so her kid can't read. She can't read, so she can't read to her kid. Fuck out of here.
And this is what you resort to.
You're making excuses, though, man. Reading and writing and math are simple subjects. You can teach your fucking self if you learn. Your parents can teach you that shit.
See, I don't engage in insulting people like
because
what happened.
The excuses you're coming up with, bro. Math can't be manipulated. Math cannot be manipulated. Reading cannot be manipulated.
Look,
history can. You can manipulate history. You can manipulate history. But those three subjects, math, writing, and reading, you can't manipulate that shit, man.
Right. In the most competitive job market that we've ever seen, I do not want to turn over the future of black education to our most ignorant people.
I'm not telling you to do that. The parents are raising them, though.
Right. So that's why we need to have educational reform, which demands
at
high
home,
standards.
At home.
Okay. So now everybody's going to homeschool.
No, but it starts at home. Math and writing starts at home.
Of course, it starts at home. But if you're arguing that the homes are dysfunctional, what I'm saying is
they can go to a church. They can go to a church. They can get somebody in the church to read to their kid. Right. They can find somebody to read. You make excuses. You don't want her to do it herself. You want a program from the government. You want a government program to do it.
No, I don't. I want her to do it.
Then get a private individual. If the mom can't read, go to a church, get the pastor to find a deacon, find somebody to read to your bastard kid. It ain't that complicated. Don't complicate shit. You want to complicate it.
This was enlightening, and it's very interesting.
All right, you want to complicate dumb, easy shit. Easy shit.
You complain about people. You complained about people attacking you earlier, and then when I try and have a civilized conversation with you, a man, you get emotional, you get hyperbolic, you get vitriolic. So
the excuses. Though I heard the same excuses since I was 9 years old. Because I was 9, I'm in my 20s now. Why to say another generation of the same excuses?
I doubt you were raised around people that were as educated as I am.
Talking about
I highly doubt that.
Look, 30 years ago, the excuse was poverty in schools, bad schools, all types of excuses. You're using the same excuses today.
No, what I'm saying is, let's have an all hands. If you have a community that's this bad, what I'm saying is let's have an all hands on deck strategy. I'm for all solutions that can be provable, testable, and can be replicated. So if that means, hey, I'm all for Eva Moskowitz. You're a conservative. You're familiar with Eva Moskowitz?
No.
Oh,
hey, I have a question for you. Tell me this.
Okay. Hold on. I was making a point. Eva Moskowitz, who is a darling of the conservative movement, it's interesting that you don't know about her, but okay. She has done a lot of stuff with charter schools in New York. I'm all for that. I'm not opposed to that. I'm not for an expansion of WIC and TANF. Those programs do very little to nothing to help bring black people out of poverty. What I'm saying is let's do innovative things that help. But go ahead with your question.
All right, my question to you is that how come black athletes, like ones who come from like these rough areas in the hood, who can relate to these guys in the hood, why don't these black athletes come back and help out the guys in the hood? You know why? Because they know these guys can't be helped. They know they're not going to waste their time with them. You got rappers, you got NBA players who come from the same area these guys come from in Chicago. They're not going back. So even the closest guys to these hood guys don't even want to help them.
You do know LeBron James does go back and he's giving them a ton of money.
But hear this out, though. These NFL players who play for all these teams, they come from these same dangerous neighborhoods, but they don't want to even go back and help these same black guys that they used to hang out with. You know why? Because black guys are fucked up. They know they're fucked up. So it's like you want regular black guys to come help.
You realize that's not accurate.
But you don't want to see. But you don't tell those athletes who these dudes to relate to them to go back. They don't even want to fuck with them. So that's to tell you something. That should tell you something right there. If the athletes don't want to fuck with them, what?
You realize that's not accurate.
Well, I mean, look, I'm not saying all athletes. I'm saying, I mean, a few help, but I'm saying the number, a lot more could help. But a lot of them aren't because they know that going back and throwing money at the problem ain't going to fix it. They know that the problem is behavior.
War stories. War stories. That's not true.
Oh my
That's
gosh!
not true.
And this is someone who's trying to educate me. This is hilarious.
Look, you see. Okay, hold on.
He's trying to educate me. He's not even aware.
Hold on for 1 second. War stories. Hold on. What you're saying war stories is not true. Why? Because I can go to San Antonio and you will see the San Antonio Spurs going to certain schools, some of these South San Antonio schools where there's a lot of poverty at, and giving them Mexicans and black kids down in mainly Mexicans kids down there because there is that not that many black people, but giving them fucking food and shit and money. Hell, they even drive to the Austin and give money and help them out on the east side of Austin. So what you're saying was accurate. It's not true. I'm sorry, but it's true. They do help out.
All right, I got you. I could have phrased it better, but what I would say is that on average, we have enough. Hear this out. There's enough black millionaires within the athletic arena in which, if they wanted to, they can go back to their neighborhoods and help and fix the problem. But they're not doing it because, look, first of all, these guys are, close to these hood dudes. Why are they going back and helping like that in larger numbers? Of course, there's some exceptions. You got the example you gave, Mr. Big J. But I'm talking about on average, you should have all these athletes going back to their homeboys' neighborhood, but they're not because they know money's not going to fix the problem. They know money's not going to fix the problem. It's the behavior. It's the behavior and it's the attitude. So it's like it's a great.
Dude, they do that.
Go ahead.
They do that shit.
Go ahead.
Big J, you there?
You there, Big J?
Oh no, go ahead. I'll wait. I'll wait.
Go ahead, man.
Yeah.
I was saying basically that if these athletes who come from these areas, if you can relate to these guys,
what's going on? Hello.
If they can,
hello.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. Listen, all I'm saying is that if these athletes aren't going to go back and help the guys that they're, that they came, like the neighborhood they came from, that should tell you something.
But many of them are.
But listen, look, most of these neighborhoods, these dudes are not going back to because they know money's not going to fix the problem. It's behavior.
Sure, but how do you change behavior?
You push personal responsibility and hold people accountable for their actions.
No, that's not how you change behavior. Behavior. What is behavior based on? You're an intelligent man. What is behavior based on?
Behavior is based on your actions.
Behavior is based on incentives.
Yeah, if you touch that stove or you steal that watch, you're going to jail.
Right.
Or you touch that stove, you're gonna get burnt.
No.
So your behavior is based on consequences and repercussions. So
and there's no consequence for black folks in doing what we're doing, making bastard babies,
So if you can offer positive incentives to change behavior.
Your kid's the incentive. Your child having a good kid by a good father should be the incentive. That should be enough incentive.
It should be, but when you have this type of moral and personal and cultural decay that is going on, you have to do some radical information.
Then you're uncivilized. Then you're uncivilized. If you want to get pregnant and you don't care what kind of father impregnates you, then you don't care what kind of father you give your kid. You're uncivilized. If you're just going to do that and just not care, then you cannot say you're a civilized, normal thinking person. If you're just going to let any old man busting you and not care if he's responsible or not.
Okay. I'm not going to argue against that.
All right, then you have to go hard on them. If you're going to be reckless about your kid If you don't care about the father you give to your kid, you don't know how many millions of black adults out here right now with no dad because their mom just got fucked in the back of a car somewhere by a loser.
Well,
And they have no father and they feel
we're
empty.
well aware of the out of wedlock birth
All right
rate.
then. All right then. So I'm just saying, bro, look, that's where it's gonna start, bro.
I'm glad.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Big J? You cut out, man. Hello?
Y'all, y'all don't. I'm going to end this hangout. I'm in this hangout. I'm going to end this hangout, y'all. I'm in this hangout because I'm tired. I got to do.
All right.
Likewise.
Sound, y'all. I'm out.
All right.
All right, gentlemen.
All right. Y'all,